Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. It is Friday morning here in the Philippines. I'm Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf. Most days simply known as Ron. We did some Star Wars The Old Republic yesterday, and I seem to have scared everyone off, so we're going to do EveOnline today. So without further ado, let's get over here. I don't know what I'm going to do because the event's over, but we'll figure it out. There's never a lack of things to do in Eve, which is probably why I come back to it so often. So let's see what we got. So there's my phase plasma. Prorator's still got almost 2 days on them. So that's actually will be done by the time I get back from our anniversary party. So that'll work. I did miss the last reward in the event, but that wasn't that big a deal. So, Jerry Can, good to see you. Thanks for being here, buddy. Appreciate it. I'm gonna run this stuff over here first. I can find it. There it is. I'm going to run these data cores over to OCO so that I have them, so I know where they are. I don't forget about them. Need to clean up my item hanger. We'll run this over there quick. I don't need to do my dailies. I was thinking I could do my dailies, but that ain't no big deal. I do need to build some more bullets. I think my nuclear is almost gone as well. So let's do that. Don't have that one researched all the way up, which is kind of weird. So we pull from resources, we put in ammo. All right, so 50 will make 5,000. Yeah, that's probably good enough. That's probably good enough. All right, we probably should set our destination, huh? We got one signature here. I don't know why we're zoomed all the way in, but let's go ahead and scan this signature down just for him. What's up, Blossom? Been trying out the Bard. Fun times. That's good. That's good. Blossom, thanks for yesterday. Appreciate it. I got the bounty hunter to level 19, and he is at the Imperial Space Station now. So yeah, I got to level 19 on the starter planet. So I was thinking maybe Sunday night, Thursday night is when I'll do the alternate stuff to kind of break it up, because those are usually my smallest days. So, and I know tonight's Thursday night, but we just did that last night, and my viewership really took a hit. So I figure I'll do Eve today, and then we'll do Eve in the middle of the week, since for the Monday night event, we'll always do Eve. And then for the others, we'll do something different. So yeah, so maybe Sunday night, if that works for you. But yeah, I got to get better at reading and listening and adjusting the volume so that I can still talk on the stream, because I didn't talk at all on the stream, and I think that's probably why I lost some viewers. So that's usually why they show up, is because I never shut up. So, but yeah, so once I get more familiar with the game, that'll work out. So, but thanks again for the help. Appreciate it. But yeah, that did manage to get almost to level 20 in the starter play, so that's pretty cool. So Bounty Hunter does seem like it has a few more. The Jedi I have at level 8, and he's still in the starter system, so it is possible that I'll get him that way as well. So I may play him later today. So, oh, the viewership's because everyone is used to just seeing you and Eve, so spreading love, you'll start getting other viewers. Yeah. There's also, there's not as many people that stream Eve, so I think it's easier to find me. Where with Star Wars The Old Republic, there was a ton of people streaming that. So I'm going to check out this wormhole just so we check it out to make sure it's not the one we're looking for. These are not the droids you're looking for. But yeah, you're probably right. So, and then I think we may do Star Wars The Old Republic, and then I might pick up Baldur's Gate and start playing with Jerry Can. So, Jerry Can, you got to tell me, actually, we need to create a BG3 channel, but you need to tell me which server, are there servers in Baldur's Gate? So that I connect to the one that'll let us work with you. So, probably won't last another day. Let's save location, wormhole, A162. Today is the 15th, the 16th. Oh, 145. Let's enter this wormhole just to check it out. So I also have Baldur's Gate. Cool. So that'll work. But yeah, that's another one where there's a lot of streamers, so they're cooler games, but yeah, so yeah. Baldur's Gate's going to be a hit on my pocketbook, but it is very highly recommended, so I'll have to check it out, so. Alright, so this one is actually nullsec, so nothing to see here. We'll save this guy. E449, and it did say it was nullsec, didn't it? So yeah, I should have known better. But yeah, Baldur's Gate will work out too, and I know there's a couple others that have Baldur's Gate, so yeah, so maybe we'll get some stuff going on in there, so. But yeah, we need to make a BG3 channel. I can do that. I figured out how to do it. I copied the other ones, and that way they keep all the right permissions. So that's what I did with Star Wars The Old Republic. So yeah, we'll create a BG3 channel and get that going. But yeah, so we'll start looking at kind of branching out some. I'll end up keeping the core EveOnline Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, or what I call Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning, Thursday morning. We'll keep EveOnline. That way we can do the event and that stuff.
Drive active.
We can do our viewer mining event because that's always a fun time, and then we'll start trying to do some other stuff. So. Kind of mix it up a little bit. So, but yeah, you guys have any suggestions, feel free to throw them out there. USA for the win, or somebody mentioned Schedule 1, which is another nice one that I'd like to try out. It's kind of a weird game. You're a drug dealer, so it's kind of a different one. Do you have Fallout New Vegas? I do have Fallout New Vegas. I have never played it, but I have it. So yeah, I do have Fallout New Vegas. I was looking at that yesterday. I was like, hey, I got this one. I've never tried. I was looking at games I hadn't played. Games I bought on sale and never played. You know, there's a ton of those. So you could do a playthrough of that. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, because I've never played it, so that would also be fun. I always enjoyed the Fallouts. You couldn't go wrong with Fallout. Fallout was a classic. I did do a playthrough. One of my first ones was a playthrough of Fallout 1. And but I had almost no viewership for that. I got more viewership on YouTube for that. But yeah, we'll give that a try. Cherry can. I've also mentioned Star Sector. That's one that I kind of enjoy. It's a huge learning curve one though, so that one might be another one that would turn some people on. So yeah, we'll start mixing it up some. Like I said, we'll keep the core EveOnline. We'll, on the fringes, we'll do something different. So that way we can I can get back to my variety streamer status. The RimWorld event will be in right around Thanksgiving. And so I need to stream some RimWorld before that. So we'll also do some RimWorld hot potato training like we did last year. I think I'm guaranteed an invite since I was in last year, but I don't know if that's correct. But the contractor we talked to on Monday, I guess it was, he said 3 to 4 months. That would put us right around Thanksgiving. So I was thinking about that. I was like, well, we might be moving in then, but I find it hard to believe it'll get done that quick. So.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, play through New Vegas. Let me write that down. New Vegas. Yeah, that would be a good one. That would be a good one. What's up, Dark Slider? We're talking about what other games I want to do. You got any suggestions? I know you're an EveOnline guy, but you actually stayed with me all day yesterday, so I appreciate that. Probably won't last another day. This one goes to nullsec as well. So since it goes to nullsec, I'm not going to bother going through it because nullsec is not what I'm looking for. Not the droids you're looking for. Not the wormhole you're looking for. So save some time. Man, I was really hoping the Caps would come back. But I can't stand Ovechkin. Just can't stand him. I don't know why. I don't know why. He just always has rubbed me the wrong way. But I like the Caps. And so, but yeah, I was kind of hoping they would come back. But such is life. Game was tied 1-1 for a long time. Canes got the lead in the last few minutes. Yeah, that one I saw yesterday with Vegas getting knocked out in overtime. Man, that was an awesome game. And the fact that just dribbled over the line, I mean, that was a hell of a way to lose. Let's see, where's my ship? That was a heck of a way to lose the series, but that's why hockey is hockey. All right. So yeah, since we don't have anything going on here, we'll do a little bit of everything. I'm delivering stuff. I'm scanning stuff down. So yeah, but it was crazy. I felt bad for Vegas to go out like that. Yeah, I did too. I've never been a Vegas fan. They've got a ton of scorers. And the fact that they couldn't put it in, I mean, those goalies were on fire. And then to have that last one dribble in like that, oh, that's gotta hurt. That's just gotta hurt. All right, so is that that's the one behind it. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt. But that's why they keep score, because somebody's got to win and somebody's got to lose. So, but yeah. But yeah, a heck of a way to get knocked out. So I'll give him a grudge match for next year. So yeah, that's the other one. We need to create a channel, Blossom, for interest in fantasy hockey. See if there's any interest in fantasy hockey. Dark Slider and I are gonna start a fantasy hockey league next year. See if we can get some interest. But yeah, let me write that down too. Let's see, hockey channel, and a BG3 channel. Or Jerry Can has to put all his BG3 pictures in his art channel. So yeah, so like a wicked stepchild. We don't even give him his own channel. And now, where's the love in that? Where's the love in that? I think that's the thing with Eve. I'm so comfortable with Eve. It's easy to talk while I do stuff. So speaking of other games, are you looking to play other space sci-fi games? Something very good. Doesn't matter. I'm open to anything. So I've done No Man's Sky on stream before. I haven't done Star Citizen yet, but mostly because Star Citizen is so freaking buggy. But I have talked about Star Sector, which is another space game, but it's more of a, I don't know what you would call it. It's a, it's not an MMO. It's a, yeah, I don't know how you describe it. It's a single player going through that and kind of building your reputation and everything. And so, yeah, and building up your fleet. You have a fleet of ships that you take around with you everywhere, and so it's pretty cool. But it's got a huge learning curve, and so I've tried it a couple times, and I've always kind of dropped off because it just gets overwhelming. So, but yeah, that's one I was looking at as well. I've played it a little bit recently, so that's another space one. But yeah, I've done No Man's Sky. I think what else? I've done 7 Days to Die. Jerry Cancel suggested Fallout New Vegas, so I did a full walkthrough of Fallout 1, which was, I enjoyed it. I don't think I had any viewers back then. It was one of the first ones I did. And so that's kind of a nice one. So yeah, if we do a walkthrough of Fallout New Vegas, that would be similar to that one, which would be pretty cool. I will, as I was mentioned, I'll probably do some RimWorld because the RimWorld Hot Potato event comes up in Thanksgiving time. So I always try to do some of those so that at least I have it on there in case they require me to qualify again. I think I've been in it, so I don't think I have to qualify, but I want to take that chance. That's a charity stream, makes money for Doctors Without Borders, which is very cool. Very cool. I think we made almost $500,000 last year, which was cool. I didn't make that much, but the group made that much. So 36 streamers, 37 streamers, I think it was last year, passing the save game file and playing the same game, which is pretty cool. So I did say enter, right? There we go. I guess I didn't. This one says it's a wormhole, or says it's a wormhole system. So J23, not the one I'm looking for. Not the wormhole I'm looking for. So let's save the exit, just in case somebody comes by and attacks me. D845. I don't think I've ever seen a D845. Interesting. All right, let's see what we got in here just for kicks. So that's only got 4 signatures. But there is a control tower. Only one, though, that I can see from here. So one of those signatures is going to be this wormhole. So yeah, so. But yeah, so I'm kind of open to anything, Dark Slider. We talked about Baldur's Gate 3 as well. I haven't bought that one yet. I do own Fallout New Vegas, so that one's kind of a nice one since I already own it. I think I got both of these. Yeah, one was a battle. But yeah, so I'm kind of open to anything. I like trying new stuff, and you guys have pretty similar interests to me, so those are kind of nice from that perspective. So, hey, there's my wife with the dog. You say hi?
Yeah.
No, bend down. Bend down. Bend down. There's your face.
Hello, everybody. Good evening.
Yeah. Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening, and have a good weekend.
Yeah. It's our anniversary this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
18 years. So
It's our 18th years anniversary.
yeah, yeah. Been married to this lovely lady for 18 years. So best thing that ever happened to me. So.
Really?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
That's my
Have
story.
a good weekend.
All right. You have fun.
Okay.
Be careful. So yeah, she's going to her brother's house. So her sister from Japan is in the Philippines. And so yeah, so wholesome. Yeah, she is. She is. She is the best thing that ever happened to me. I really truly mean that. I don't know where I'd be if I hadn't found her. So. But yeah, her sister from Japan is in, which is kind of interesting because she came in for just a regular vacation. And it turns out it's on the weekend when we're doing our celebration for our anniversary. So we have that big celebration tomorrow. The whole family is going with us to a resort, which is a big deal. But her sister just got in last night, and so her sister's at her brother's house along with some other family members that are going with us this weekend. And so she's going over there now to visit and probably spend the night there. So it'll just be Abigail and I here today. So, but that means I can play more games. So, which I always enjoy. There won't be any requirements for me to spend time with her, so that'll be good. So yeah, maybe I'll get my Jedi in Star Wars: The Old Republic up to level 19 too. So we'll see. That new Doom game that just dropped would probably be a cool one to stream. I'll check that one out. I didn't realize there was a new Doom game. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I always enjoyed Doom. Doom was good. And Doom would be nice from a perspective of if we all could play it. And you guys could actually get some street cred by blowing my head off, you know. We all get in the same game. I am not adverse paying for a multiplayer server. I do that with my brother all the time. Doom, the Dark Ages, okay? So yeah, if it's a multiplayer, I do that with I did do that with my brother all the time. Paid for a server and we played together. Which I've tried to get him to let me stream that a couple times, but he gets shot a lot when we play together, so he didn't want anyone to see that on stream. So I think the new one is more single player story game. Okay, not a problem. I love those two. It's kind of Baldur's Gate and Fallout New Vegas. They're all kind of that way. So what level? Level 3. So if I could get in there quick, get the can and get out, that might work. So yeah, so we might check this one out, see what else is here. But yeah, we might look at the old Doom as well, because that was multiplayer. That way you guys could get some street cred by blowing my head off. So that's always fun. Morty does that in the 7 Days to Die. He plays with a bunch of other guys, and they stream their play. And actually they have some mods in 7 Days to Die that lets the viewers interact with them. You know, add zombies, add bombs, add different things. And so it's kind of nice because it allows them to kind of be part of the gameplay, which is kind of nice. So I've watched a couple of his streams and they're pretty cool. I've actually looked at the mods because those are pretty cool. But yeah. So I got that one down. Doom the Dark Ages, got that down. And I was talking yesterday. I think I own 430 some games on Steam. So unless it's new, I probably have it. And I may not have even played it because I have a lot of them that I have never played. I bought on sale because they were on sale for $2 and never played them. So I had a nickel, I would be rich. So, and actually I kind of am rich. So maybe that's why. It's because I have so many games. I do have a nickel. So unknown parts of space, that's what we're looking for. So let's save it. You know what? I'm not going to save it. I'm just going to go through. I don't need it to get back. If it turns out that it's something that I want, then I'll save it. Because otherwise I got all these things laying around. Thought I got disconnected. I'm like, don't disconnect me as I'm going through a wormhole. That would be totally uncool. J131. Not the one I'm looking for. Not the wormhole you're looking for. All right, I will save the exit just because. Never know. There's another 845. I just said I never saw an 845 and now I've seen 2 of them. That's interesting. Interesting. Lots of signatures, which is nice. Several control towers and some drones are out. So that means somebody's here. So with that said, let's get out of Dodge before they come at me with their so yeah, just thinking you might be able to boost your viewer numbers up some by getting in a new game that just dropped. That's true. The only problem with that though is kind of like Star Wars the Old Republic. There were so many streamers, and if anybody was looking for somebody to stream that was doing it, they probably wouldn't have found me because I was so far down on the list since it was the first time I had streamed it. Where Eve's got less than a page of streamers, which is why I think people find me. They're looking for Eve. You got, 2 or 3 gate camp ones, and then you got, half a dozen other people. If you like PvP, you got those guys. If you don't like PvP, you come to me. And so that's where I found is it seems the ones with the lower streaming is better. And a new game always has a ton of streamers, but I think the ones that do well there are the ones that already have a large established base that follow them everywhere. But yeah, it's worth a try. Can't hurt. No. All right, let's throw these data cores out here. And actually, there's our Helioses. Let's take these Helioses back. So out of 10 tries, I got 6 Helioses. And if you look at them, they're 3 runs. So instead of 1 run, they're 3 runs. 12% time, 3% material. So that's from the decryptor that I use. So that's pretty cool. So that helps. Do I want to do anything here? Multispectrum. I think I already have multispectrum. Wonder if I have damage controls. Come on. Yeah, I do have damage control. Not very many though. Let's queue up a few more. Yeah, so let's do damage control. Current station. I just gotta remember to switch it back. Alright, so this one gives me 10 runs. I'm not going to use a decryptor on it because they're super expensive. But I'll go ahead and throw that in there. And actually, let me open this back up again and switch it to all facilities again. Alright, so we got those sigils were in there. We got quite a few prorators. We now have the Helios, which we've redone. I suppose we could do another Helios just so we have it. Probably wouldn't hurt. It's the Imicus, what I'm looking for. Another 10, 4 days, I'll take it. Omega is streaming, so he must be back. So that's cool. All right, switch it back. Not that it's a problem, but yeah, it's worth a try. Dark Slider. Kind of 6 to 1, half dozen the other a lot of times. Really just a matter of luck when people find you. So let's go back to Venolan. We've already scanned all these here, so we'll just head back.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, so there is that. I did do my 2 airs, so without even trying, I did my airs. So got another 10,000 points. Can't go wrong with that. I need to see cybernetics. How many points do I have? 255. Oh, crap. 255 is probably going to take this out. Nope. Nope, brings it down to 2 days. 2 days, 1 hour. Big difference. So it took 4 days off. Can't beat that. Can't beat that. So yeah, something to be said for extra skill points. So I do need to run to Jita and pick up that plug suit that Respin gave me, so traded me for the other one. So I don't know who I'm going to put that on. I might give it to Kragan. I'm pretty happy with how Falstaff looks, so I don't want to mess him up. Blossom, are you still around? I had a question about Star Wars The Old Republic that I couldn't figure out yesterday, and I haven't had a chance to Google. I think the next Borderlands game is coming out in September. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, so a lot of people, I was never a huge Borderlands fan, but a lot of people I know really like it. So, and I'm 99% sure. Let me check. I'm 99% sure I have it. So, or the old one, like you said, the new one I'll have to buy, but. Yep, I have Borderlands 2. So yeah. But it doesn't look like I've actually played it. So, which is weird, because I thought I had. But yeah. So looks like I bought it on sale, like everything else, and never played it. So yeah. I love the humor and art style, yeah. Yeah, it was one that's very popular. So the other one I did a very sarcastic comic book, yeah. The other one that I enjoyed for a little bit was crap. I hate when I do that. I can't remember the name of it. It's the one where you parachute down and then it's like a arena type thing. No, 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 no. No, that's a MMO. This one is just I think like 10 people. There's 10 people per game, and you got to kill everybody else off. I thought it started with a B, but I don't see it. So it's not that. Unfortunately, I have so many damn games. Looking through them all. Have Amazon Prime. Blah 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 blah. DayZ, Dead Island, Dead State, Dead Poly. Doom 3. Man, what was the name of that? I played it quite a bit, but I really didn't understand it very well, but it was kind of, yeah, you fall down with nothing, and you have to go through and find weapons, and the circle, the arena circle keeps getting smaller and smaller. If you get outside the circle, you start taking damage. What the hell was the name of that? There was actually a female streamer with large tracts of land that streamed it from the Philippines, and I was trying to figure it out. Did you ever try Evil Genius? It's a good builder type game. You build a fortress lair type place and try and defend it from spies. No, I never heard of that one. I'll have to check that one out. Evil Genius, Evil Genius, Evil Genius. Yeah, I'll have to check that one out. How to Survive, Icarus. Man, what was the name of that one? That one's really going to bug me. I could have probably Googled it quicker than looking through this huge list. Yes, baby, I see ya. I see ya. So yes, because Mom has left, now Abigail's in a needy mood. Pillars of Eternity. PUBG Battlegrounds. Yeah, PUBG Battlegrounds. So, yeah, that's it. PUBG Battlegrounds. So yeah, you parachute in. I want to say it's 10 of you, and it's a free for all. And the longer it goes, the circle starts closing in. If you get outside the circle, you start taking major damage from like poison damage. And yeah, it's pretty. I got killed pretty quick all the time, but it was kind of a fun one to just kind of get your hands wet with. It's first person shooter. Sorry, I probably should have started with that. But yeah, this. She stopped streaming, but I think her Ann was Ann Mateo. She had large tracts of land, but she streamed it, and she was actually really good at it. I wasn't just watching her because of the large tracts of land, though that helped. But yeah, she was really good at it. And so I was trying to figure out the game because I had started playing it. And so I went out and searched for, somebody streaming it. I think she was streaming it on Facebook of all places. This was before I was streaming. And yeah, and so I found her and was like, wow, And of course it was a female streamer, and she had a ton of viewers because, she was wearing low cut shirts, but she ended up, I think, getting married and having a kid, and so I think she stopped streaming. But But yeah, it was interesting. But I did learn better how to play the game, which was the point of the matter. So, let's go to Jita and pick up that pug suit. Let's just figure since we're here. And actually, if we're gonna do that, let's switch ships. And let's pick up some supplies. We talked about making the damage controls another good one that sells pretty well. Damage control 2. And oscillating capacitor, quantum microprocessor. 90, 91. Okay, so I got enough for 9 of those. Oscillating capacitor. So if we say 90, we're only missing those, so that's good. And quantum microprocessor. Quantum microprocessor. Let's do 90 of those. We're only missing those. So yeah, so we're not missing a whole lot, so we could do those. And then while we're at that, let's see about our USA for the win. Good morning, buddy. Good to see you. And so, yeah, so let's check out our covert ops. Yeah, so I've got a whole bunch of those. Photon microprocessor. We got everything else. We don't have those. Yeah. Photon microprocessor. 324. Wow, that hurts. So 324. So yeah, we need all these. Okay, cool. So we'll pick those up. And yeah, let's do that. We'll make a Jita run. Actually, hold on. Let's check. We may actually have some we can sell. If we're going to build more, there's 25 of them. Look at that. Look at that. Let's take 20 of those. Because I can make a ton of money off of that. See what else we got here. Stack, 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 stack. Come on. Come on. I try to only sell tier 2 stuff. Like we said, damage control is another one that sells pretty good. I've only got 9 of those, so we'll save those. Expanded cargo hold. I've only got 8 of those, so item hanger. Repackage. Come on. All right, so we'll just take the one. So yeah, thanks, bud. Appreciate it. Yeah, my viewership took a big hit yesterday, so we're still gonna do other stuff. But I think I'm gonna do so. Tonight's usually one of my lowest viewerships, as well as Sunday night, the first night of the week and the last night of the week. And so I think that's when I'm gonna try and do the alternate ones. And so yeah, so we'll set that up to start doing that then, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, so tonight we went back to Eve so I can give you guys what you want, and then we'll do the core, you know, Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night. Since Monday night's our mining event, and the other ones we'll do those all Eve, and then we'll kind of mix it up with the other ones. So, but thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Did you get a chance? I meant to ask you. Amitation, I didn't see you sneak in there, so good to see you. Sorry, yes, it wasn't Fortnite. It was actually PUBG is what I was talking about. But yeah, Fortnite's another one that I know a lot of people enjoy. I've never been a huge Fortnite fan, but too many little kids playing it. I get frustrated with them when they headshot me. So, but yeah. So where was I headed with it? Did you try the USA for the win? Did you end up trying the decaf coffee or the tea? I was hoping that you were feeling better. No, what I did was I'm using less coffee grounds. That'll work too. Yep, that'll work too. Kind of dilute it. My coffee maker, yeah, my coffee maker actually has a button that I press that I guess brews it slower so that it extracts more out of the coffee ground. So yeah, you can turn that off or don't turn it on. I do it because otherwise it's too light for me. But yeah, back at home in Kansas City, the cup that I used was probably twice this size. Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl cup, you know, one of those big. And some days I would drink two of those. And so this one, I'm drinking two of these a day. So it doesn't even equal one of those. So I've cut down, but like I said, the caffeine's never affected me that way, but I know it does my wife. It affects, you know, drastically. So, Jacino, thanks for the bits. Appreciate it. Need some advice. Should I try to build my own ships to save ISK? I only fly one ship, so just need to focus skills into one area. So, yeah, you didn't need to pay the bits for me to answer your question, but I do appreciate it. But yes, I would definitely recommend it. That's how I started building, because I didn't want to pay the market for the huge markups. The Pro Raider is one that I fly. It sells on the market anywhere between 140 million and 160 million. And I can build it now after I've gotten all the blueprints and everything else. I can build it for between 80 and 100 million. So I save a considerable amount. Now that's taken time to get to. And of course it's a tier 2, so there's invention involved and all that stuff. But once you do that once, it's pretty much easy to do. But yes, I would definitely recommend it. So Buzzard is the one you're looking at. So yeah. But yeah, if that's the one you fly, I would definitely look at building that. And then what I ended up doing, the way I make most of my money now, is I sell the extra Pro Raiders that I make. And so I make that 140 to 160 million on each one of them. So I've also learned not to lose them as often, which saves me money. And then I sell them, which makes me money. So yeah, so it was definitely the way to go. But that's how I started, I started just building the ones that I flew. So rather than trying to figure out what everybody wants, all the ships are in demand in one way or another. So, but yeah, well, if you're not doing mining with an alt, then how are you building them? Just buy everything? Yeah, so I would definitely recommend, you know, training up your mining skills as well. We have a mining fleet we do every Monday night USA time, or Tuesday morning if you're on Filipino time like I am. And everybody's welcome. We do boost, we do compression. You keep all the ore yourself, no charge. And so you're always welcome for that. But yes, I would definitely recommend mining yourself as well. If you buy everything, it's hard to make a good profit. I mine everything myself. The only thing I don't mine is the moon materials, which the Pro Raider has a lot of moon materials. And so I do have to buy those. But I keep an eye on the market and kind of buy them when they're lower. So USA for the win. Yeah, I brewed the brewed. I can't do the other instant pod coffee. Is that even coffee? Yeah, my wife, she does the instant, and I don't think it's coffee, but she does. So, and I guess that's all that matters. Come on, Abigail. Oh, I can't reach you, baby. You gotta jump up here so I can reach you. Yeah, everybody wants to see you. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yeah. Well, yeah, I would definitely recommend doing your own mining as well. Even if you just do your own mining event in high sec, you can get most of the minerals you need for most of the tier 1 ships. Nox is really the only one that comes to mind that causes problems, and the Empire belts now give those pretty regularly, so you just got to kind of hunt those down. But yeah, I would definitely train the mining skills up. No, you're always, I love giving advice. So this character that I'm flying here has been around since went live. So Eve went live Memorial Day 2003, Memorial Day weekend 2003. And this guy's been around since September of 2003, so 4 months after Eve went live. So, but yeah, Buzzard uses a lot of moon materials. Yeah, so we haven't started moon mining yet, but we've talked about it. So, and if we do that, we would do it the same way where everybody would be welcome. It's just we got to find a system to set up in for that. So, if you only wanted to fly Buzzard and do Expo, then you probably don't want to spend time mining. Yeah, that's probably true too. So. Now we do have some people that mine in our event that sell the minerals for 80, either 80 or 90% what Jita pays. So that's another way to get them dedicated. So you can do that as well. This is Abigail for those of you who haven't seen Abigail before, but she's sad because her mommy went to visit her family. So she's stuck with daddy. She's stuck with daddy. You go lay down, okay? I love you. Yeah, she's stuck with daddy. So she's being needy. But yeah, Buzzard's exploration ship. But yeah, that's the one I actually, so it's funny you mentioned the Buzzard. So it's funny you mentioned the Buzzard because the Helios is the first one I started building. So the Helios was my scan ship. It was the first one I built. So I bought a BPO for the Imicus. I learned invention. I invented the Helios, and then I started building it. It's a lot cheaper, takes a lot less materials. So the Buzzard should be similar. So Imitation, how did she deal with the trip from Kansas to Philippines? So she dealt with it like a trooper. We were really worried about her. She's light enough, or we were worried that she wouldn't be light enough, but turns out she was light enough to fly in the cabin with us. So she was in her dog crate for about 48 hours. I think she only got one break a couple times when we were in the airport. So we were in the airport in Dallas, Texas. So we drove from Kansas City to Dallas, Texas. We flew from Dallas, Texas to Incheon, Korea, and had like I think a 2-hour layover in Incheon, Korea, which after we got through security and everything else turned out to be about a half an hour. And so she got out of her crate a little bit in Incheon, Korea, but then back in the crate for a 4-hour flight to Manila. And so all told, she had been in the crate like between 36 and 48 hours, and she didn't go to the bathroom the whole time. So we were really worried about her. But once we got here, she got back to normal, and she didn't know what was going on, so I think she was a little scared, but she slept most of the flight. So it was really good. It's weird. We had friends that also live here in the Philippines. They came over back in November, end of November, and they brought their dog. And so they were really helpful. And they said that theirs did the same thing, just slept most of the way. So, which was kind of nice because I was like, yeah, I don't see that happening. But we did have another dog who we had to have put to sleep about a month before we moved. And he developed he was also a dachshund, long-haired dachshund. He was much heavier than her. So he would not have been able to fly in the cabin with us, but he developed a back problem about a month before we left for the Philippines, which was a big hit, and it deteriorated very rapidly. And so we were planning on sending them both via cargo, which was a lot more expensive. And so when he passed, we were able to bring her in the cabin with us, which really worked out. So. But yeah, poor girl. She didn't go to the bathroom for almost 2 days. I was really worried about her. But then when we got here, she started back up again like nothing happened. So yeah, I think she's adjusting to the heat better than I am, to be honest. So she's not drinking enough water, which is frustrating because I really needed to drink more water, but I think that'll come. Come on. Man, that was slow. 7.19 million. Okay. So I can sell them for 7.18 million. Seven one. Oop. 71800. There we go. All right. Yep. There they are. So now I'm the lowest in JITA at the moment. So we'll see how that lasts. It probably won't stay that way long, but especially since I have 20 of them. But yeah, so does high-sec moon mining get me Tech 2 materials for the buzzard? It does. Yeah, which I thought was null blocks. No, null is easier to find. So the high-sec moon mining is kind of all taken over by a lot of bigger corporations, so it's hard to come by in high-sec. And there's also a lot of overhead. So 2 ships sold. Good job. Way to go, USA, for the win. Sorry, ads are on. Come on. Yeah, come on. You know, you actually got to kind of meet me halfway here. So you got to meet me halfway. So yeah, once the ads are over, I'll start talking again. Yes, you are. I know. Mommy, she hasn't seen her sister in a long time, so she got to go see her. Yeah. Yes. It's probably been 10 years since she's seen your Aunt Rose. Yes, you've never met her. Yeah, you never met her. Yeah, you never met her. So you're gonna get to meet her this weekend. Yep. Just curious, what's your current buzzard fit cost in total? There you go. Yeah, once the ads are over, I'll start talking again. Sorry, I know some of you guys can hear me, but not everybody can hear me. So there, I just sold, looks like 2 of them. Yeah, looks like 2 of them got sold. Always got to check to see if I'm still the lowest because it doesn't update always. No. There's another one. And they're dropping like flies. Yeah, I'm clearing 6.8 out of 7.1. Losing 300,000 in tax, which is CCP highway robbery, but you know, that's the way it works. Capitalism at its best. There's another one. Actually, it looks like 2. Maybe 3. Yeah, I think 3. So yeah, these usually sell pretty quick. So yeah, so right there, I should clear 135 million once all 20 of them sell, which not bad for a day's work. I got to look at my materials and get the materials so I can build another set. So. Yeah, what's your sales tax and broker fee? So I do have the skills trained up on those, but not sure. So yeah, so sold another one. I'm gonna put you back down, baby. All right. So yeah, the ads are over. Sorry about that. So yeah, just so you know, the what you're doing is exactly how I started. Um, so yeah, so and it's just kind of branched into kind of building everything. So, but sales tax. So I'm not sure what my sales tax is, to be perfectly honest. Since this guy's so trained up, I have my sales tax ones all the way. Oh, that one's under marketing, I think. I hate that it keeps popping up. Trade. Yeah, so marketing, that just gives you reach. Trade gives you the skills. Broker relations, contracting, day trading, remote modification, organizes markets. So maybe I don't have all the ones I wanted. Build, organize, and manage large-scale market operation. Each level raises the limit of active orders. Don't care about that. Corporate contracting, advanced contracting, accounting. There's my sales tax. So sales tax starts at 7.5. Each level of skill reduces sales tax by 11%. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly which one it is. So, or what it is now. I should have looked at it when I put that one up. Unfortunately, once you put it up, you can't see it again. So I could try to sell something else to see. Um, yeah, so I've already sold half of them, and I'm still number one on the list. So can't beat that. So, but yeah, so if I wanted to sell this heavy water, if I say sell, it should tell me. So my sales tax is 4.2%. Broker's fee is 1.45%. So broker's fee, I think that's controlled by the broker thing, and the sales tax is controlled by the accounting. So yeah, so it looks like I could kind of train those up a little higher. So I'm bad at finding sites and then some ship losses. No, that makes sense. Yeah, I lost a lot of Helioses in the beginning, and so and like I said, that's why I started. The Imicus BPO was super cheap because it's a frigate. Yeah, one of them's on standing, I think. Okay, and that could be my standing is actually pretty high. So yeah, my I try to keep my standing. My security status is 5.0. So yeah, so my I try to keep it that way, which is one of the reasons I don't just shoot people on site. Cause but yeah, they stopped selling, but they'll sell here in a second. But yeah, so that's where that is. But yeah, it looks like I could increase that a little bit more, which would be good. 13 days for accounting one, which would lower it another 11%. Which honestly, whoa. And then broker relations, driving down market related costs. So yeah, so I could also do this one. That's only 9 days. So yeah, I don't do very many of them. But that does help. Every little bit helps. Every little bit helps. Large scale operations, limit visibility, wholesale. Yeah, that's just a number of orders, which I don't care about. So, I mean, with a corp that JITA is based on, yeah, I mean, with that corp that JITA is based on. Yep. Oh, so yeah, so it goes by the station. So yeah, I'm with Caldari Navy. So yeah, if we look at that one is actually a lot higher. So Caldari State is, well, I guess it's not that much higher. 6.46. And then if I go down here to corporations, come on, there we go. Caldari Navy should be, I thought it was the highest, but it doesn't look like it is. Caldari Navy, 9.39. So yeah, it probably is my highest. So yeah, this station I'm in is a Caldari Navy station. So 9.39. So yeah, so that probably helps. But Let's see, maybe my orders are not the highest. Nope, they're still the highest. So yeah, I just went through a little butch. But honestly, you might want to look at switching to an Astera, save money long term, pretty much as good as the other covert option, but fair amount cheaper. Really? I didn't think the Astera was cheaper than that. I mean, the Helios is selling a lot cheaper than that right now. But you'd have to train different skills. That's the other problem. So, yeah, so 22. Now, like you said, with the fit, you're probably looking at double that. So, but yeah, that's usually where I build the Helios. Like I said, that's what I started with. That's the first one I started building. And so, but yeah, I would definitely recommend it. Like I said, that's how I started. And it's made, I turned into making money. I just did it because I didn't want to pay the high price from the market because they were all marked up. So yeah, so the buzz are just considerably higher. Well, that's 26, so that's not that much higher. Yeah, the Astero sells for 86. So yeah, so right, right. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what I fly now is because I just love it. But yes, I don't buy them. I only fly them when I win them from somebody else's stream, to be honest. Or somebody donates one. So yeah, because they're too damn expensive. So there I sold another two of them. So, but yeah. So yeah, once we sell all these, I'll head back because I keep an eye on it so that I can actually adjust it in case somebody undercuts me. But oh, there's 5 more. So yeah, so we're almost done. Maybe in other regions. I don't do Jeet as much. I do know it's easier to fit than it is easier to fit. It is easier to fit. But yes, it is quite a bit more expensive. So, but yeah, they're going to sell here in a second. So I'm going to bring this up. Oh, that's a market order, so I don't want that. Yeah. I'm going to bring this up so that I can buy these guys. So let's do view market details. We want 5,000. And 2,000. And let's go ahead and buy these 600. Just so I don't end up cutting myself short somewhere else. So that's that one. 324s, right? Yeah, so that's just one. Really, we should do 324. All the rest of these, I think I have more than enough. So we really want to do 650. Let's say 650. So that should be 10,000. Let's buy another 5,000. Yeah, the materials never go bad, so I'll always use them for something. So it looks like I've sold everything. So Astera's not cheaper. Astera would have benefited me being able to source more of the materials myself. Yep. Yeah, because it doesn't use the mine materials. The problem is the BPC, so there's no BPO for the Astero. The BPC for the Astero runs, I think, like 80 million. And so it's ridiculous when the ship runs 86 million. It's going to cost you more than 6 million in minerals. So, okay, back with my coffee. All right, thanks USA for the win. So what are you making? I don't understand what you're doing. Can you narrate this? So yeah, so here, sorry about that. So here I am making the covert ops cloaking device, and for it I need the photon microprocessor. That's the only thing I'm missing. So I have several blueprints of this that I've already invented. And so I'm just making, I went over here and I set it to make double. So I set it to 650, and then I'm pulling the materials that I need for it. The other one that I'm looking to build is the damage control, which is this one. So that one needs the quantum microprocessor. And I have everything I need for it except for these guys. Let's say 200. And that's to build 90 of those, which will build 9 runs of this at 10 runs each. And then the oscillating capacitor, which I build all the components as well. I didn't start off building all the components. I used to buy the components, but eventually you'll get to the point where you can do all that as well. So, and let's go ahead and buy the full one on this one, 900. Actually, let's just do 1,000. All right. Check out my market orders. Okay, so all my stuff sold, which is great. So now I have everything that I need to build nine runs of the data control and 2 runs of the covert ops, which is what I just sold, was 20 of them. So, and can you make off BPOs, or do you have to create BPCs to manufacture? So no, you can make off the BPO. And the only thing you need to BPC for is to invent. So any of the tier 2 stuff. So this damage control is a damage control 2, so it's a tier 2. So yeah, so I've invented it from a tier 1 copy. And the same thing with the covert ops. I don't have it on here anymore, but the covert ops is a tier 2. And so it was invented from a tier 1. And so, yeah, I invent all of my tier 2s and then build those as well. So I try to build all the components as well. That saves a ton of money. Yeah, the covert ops, I'm building for way less than 7 million, which is what I just sold those for. So, and so, yeah, so that makes a huge difference. So now I'm going to pick up all this stuff, and hopefully I can fit it all in my ship. I should be able to, because it wasn't a huge run. So that's the Navy issue. So I got to come back for it one of these days. And then what we'll do is we'll head back to Venolin, and then I'll actually put these things in the oven so you guys can see that going. So yeah, so those are BPCs since they're tier 2. So when you invent from a BPC, a tier 1 BPC. So with data cores, you invent, and it builds a tier 2 BPC. So your result comes out as a tier 2 BPC. And so all the tier 2s are always going to be BPCs. There are no BPOs for tier 2. And so, yeah, so they're limited runs. How do you collect all your BPOs? You just buy them on contracts, etc. So normally I buy them right off the market. So if it's just a regular BPO, I just buy them right off the market because that's where you're going to get it cheapest. So for instance, If I'm looking for, let's see, we just had that oscillating, SCIL. So under here, blueprints and reactions, there's an oscillating capacitor unit. So it shows here it's selling in JITA for 5.2 million, but its normal price, as you can see here, is 5 million. So I would fly to one of these places and pay the 5 million, or if I was just feeling rambunctious, I'd go with the 5.2. And then what I'll do is I'll research that all the way up to level 10 material, so that then I run my material cost way down. And so I just left the region, so that's why it's not showing it anymore. But yeah, so that runs the material cost way down. And then I just fly to JITA and pick up whatever materials I need. So how do you collect them? Yeah, just buy them. So yeah, so that's where I usually, the BPOs are sold on the open market. And so that's the best way. So depending on the level of the BP, it could take a long time. So I think one of my ships, one of the BPOs, the ships that I bought, probably the Sigil, it was like 30 days to do it all the way up to level 10. So I usually do them in steps so that I can keep track of it. So I'll do whatever comes out to about a day. Since I stream every day, I usually do whatever comes out to a day, so that way I can remember to redo it the next day. And then when it gets into multiple days, I'll do those one at a time until I get to 10. And so I have one now that I'm doing. We bring up here and go to jobs. So I have one now that I'm doing, this scan pinpointing array, which is a scan module that goes on your scan ships, your exploration ships. And I'm doing it to level 10. Doesn't say it's level 10, but I'm doing it to level 10. I'm just doing one level, but it was like 6 days to do that one level. And so yeah, but yeah, I do them in kind of parts, so that way it does it. You have, when you do your stuff, so you have so many jobs that you can do that are what they call invention jobs. You have so many jobs you can do that are manufacture jobs. You have so many jobs you can do that are either material or time efficiency jobs. So there's like 3 different queues in there. So are there bonuses to doing this in player-owned stations versus NP? There are some. And so, like I said, my concern usually, so as you can see, I'm doing these in a player station. And so, but my concern with the player stations is that I have lost things in a player station because they've shut the station down and kept my stuff. And so I think they've closed that loophole. And now I think if they actually shut the station down, it should go into asset management in the system, and you should be able to get your stuff back. But I haven't had it happen since then. So, but yeah, that's one of the reasons I avoid the player stations usually. In the case of these, the benefit for the player station is astronomical. And so the research time is considerably less. The invention time is considerably less. So that's why I'm using the player station. It's worth the risk. And like I said, I'm pretty sure they closed the loophole where they could steal your stuff. But yeah, it used to be back in the day, they could spin up a station, wait for people to put their blueprints in there, and then close the station and keep all the blueprints. And CCP fixed that as far as I know. But I did lose blueprints back then, which I was super pissed about. So yeah, I've been kind of leery ever since then. But it does make a huge difference. Most of the manufacturer can also make a difference as well in cost. But I found that the manufacturer I just usually do in the NPC station, since it's pretty generic. So, but yeah, the player stations run a lot of things down, depending on what kind of modules they have installed on the station. This one that I use is a research station, and so it is it's cutting down, I think, at least by a day, all of my research projects and all of my invention projects. So, which is a huge win for me. And so, as it is my invention projects and the other one. So yeah, so there was also, if you look in there, there's also some invention projects. So here's the Imicus. So this is taking 4 days to try and invent 10 copies of the Helios blueprint. Now I won't get all 10, but I did one just the other day, or just the other week, and I got 6 out of 10. So I usually like a 45% chance to get it, and so in those cases, that's where that comes in. Here's the damage control, same thing. This is a research, an invention project where I'm trying to get 10 copies of the damage control blueprint, and so yeah, that's only going to run 21 hours, but that used to run for days prior to me using the player station, so that made a big difference. So
Warp drive active.
oh, so you do spend time on a BPO to invent a yes. And then I also use what they call decryptors. And so the decryptors, so normally with ships you only get 1 run on the BPC, when with modules you get 10 runs. And so the damage control I'll get 10 runs, which is plenty. But with the ships, I only get 1 run. So I use a decryptor as well, which are very expensive, but you get those from data sites and relic sites. And if you use the decryptors, they increase certain things with the output of the T2. And so the decryptors that I'm using increase the runs by 2. So I end up getting a 3-run BPC for 1 invention. And it also increases the material, I think, to 3% and the time index to 12%. So, yeah, it is. And then, unfortunately, honestly, that's what I think keeps so many people going, and why it's still around 20 years later, is because of that. Is because it's really difficult to learn everything. So the invention does require what they call data cores, which is what I ran over to this station earlier today.
Permission requested.
And I have research agents that I have ground to get up to level 4, and I just let them run in the background, and every once in a while and I go and pick up data cores from them. You also get data cores from data sites, or you can buy them off the market. They're expensive on the market, but it is kind of nice to be able to have them. So now that I brought all this stuff home, I'm going to throw it in my resource container. And then I'm going to go back to my build here. And so in this case, here's my oscillator, which is funny. All right, so you can see here the 90. Now I have everything I need. So I'm going to say start. That'll build 90 of them, which if you look back here, it only requires 10 per run. So that means I can run this 9 times. So which is good. This only has 10 runs, but I think I have like 5 or 6 copies. I've also got some more in the oven that I'm going to do. And then I want this quantum microprocessor. So let's do QU. I got to spell it right. AN. And I've got that one set at 90 as well. And I've got enough materials now that I put them in there to do it. So we'll start that one. So that'll take care of this one. So then once those are done, I'll be able to build that. And then what we'll do is we'll go back to the covert ops. And so you can see I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like I've got 4 of these. So what I planned was to make 2 of these. So I have everything I need here for 2 of them. Actually, I don't have. I need to prototype cloaking, so I'll have to build some of those. But I have everything here that I need for 2 runs, except this one and this one. So I will build the photon microprocessors, which I just bought the materials for, and I have it set for 650. So that'll take care of that. And then I also need the covert ops, or excuse me, the prototype cloaking device. So I'll have to build a couple of those, which those are expensive. Prototype cloaking device. And so like here, where you were asking before about building from the BPC or the BPO, I use the BPC. As you can see, this is an OCO. That's that player research station. I use the BPO to build everything. And so when I'm building, I only use the BPCs to do invention. So that way I don't mess them up. And I'm going to put this in resources since it's going to be used as a resource for another. So it turns out I'm missing hermetic membranes. Son of a gun. So I'm going to have to run back to Jita. This is something I used to make in PI, but I haven't made in PI in a while. So I'm going to run back to and buy those because that'll be cheaper. Actually, let's see. That's 6 million. Yeah, nobody's selling them here. So I'll run back to Jita and get those. But that's something I should have checked earlier. So it's going to take several hours to build the other stuff. This is going to take 15 hours to build these guys. So actually, let me see. If I take this down to 5, I really only need 5. I'm still short. So, but that'll run in 3 hours. So I'll probably build the 5. So that that's what I need to build the second run. And then I'll probably build the other 10 or 15. I think it was 15. But yeah, I'll go buy these. So let me set this back to 20 just so I know what I need. I probably should say 25. So that way we buy enough. But yeah, the hermetic membranes, that's a PI. And so that was something I was building on PI, and I may go back to doing that to save some more money. But I have to reconfigure all my PI to build those, which is a pain in the rear end. So what was that about NPC research agents building data thing for you? So yeah, so the data cores. So also here in your industry tab, there's a research tab. And so here I have research agents that I have harvested, that I've built up my reputation with them in order to get to level 4 on all of those. And these guys, they make data cores for you. And so this is not the way most people do it anymore. This is the old way of doing it. But once you get these guys, they just work in the background. And so every day this guy's making 87 points for me. Every 87 research points. For every 100 research points, I can get 1 data core. I spend 10,000 credits, 10,000 ISK, and I get 1 data core. And these data cores are what are used for invention. And so what I've done is I've figured out, okay, what are the things I invent the most? And I've tried to get research agents for those. And they're all over the place. So when I was in Amar the other day, I picked up some of these. So you can see these guys are low. These are the 3 that I picked up the other day in Amar. Actually, maybe these 4. Because what I did is I cashed in all the research points I had for them and bought data cores. And those were the data cores I delivered this morning. So yeah, I got several hundred data cores from each of these guys, brought them back here, threw them in there. So now I have them for research so I don't have to buy them. And so technically, they're not free, but they are, But this took a lot of time to get myself up with Ladai Corporation and Visium Factory and Ishk1 in order to be able to get these research agents. So that was a grind. That was a real grind. And that's why a lot of people don't do it this way anymore. But once you have it, like I said, this guy here is making me 111 points every single day. I don't have to do anything. He's doing that in the background. And so yeah, so then once every couple months, I go and visit him in Hajin, which is, I think, in Amar space. This one's actually in low sec. So that one's one I don't get to. I think this one's in low sec. One of these guys is in low sec, so I don't get there very often. But yeah. So yes, now the way you get them is you farm them from relic and data sites. And so The problem is a relic and data site may give you 2 data cores. Where this one, once a month I go and I get 175 from these guys. So here's 18,000 points. So that'll give me 181 data cores. Now that's probably more than a month. I don't know how long it's been since I picked up the last time, but yeah. So from that perspective, that kind of, if you build these up and have them run in the background, it just makes your money. Even if you don't use them for invention, you can sell these data cores for 100,000 each. Cost you 10,000, you can sell them for well over 100,000. So yeah, if I go here, and I don't know because I'm in Vanillin now. OCO is where I've got all my data cores. So here's all these data cores. So you can see I have a ton of them. And so you can see here's one, this Galanti Starship Engineering. I had 4 guys doing this and was idiotic, but I've got over 4,000 of them. So if you look at this, you do view market details. Yeah, they're not selling here, but they sell for about 100,000. Somewhere between 80 and 100,000 each, where I only paid 10,000 for them. So that's an 800% markup. And so like in those cases, the Galantian, the reason I started with Galantian is the Imicus is Galantian. So every time I invent Helios, it takes Galantian Starship. And then I think it also takes nanophysics or something. Yeah, nanophysics, I think. Nanite engineering is the other one. And so, yeah, so those are the ones, as you can see here from my research agents, I got those guys kind of going. And so, which is kind of weird because I should have a lot more from the nanite engineering guy because I just brought him. I don't know why I don't. 207 is not very many. Now, I don't think it uses very much. I think it uses 20 every time I do a research job. It's like 20 data cores, so that's 10 jobs, so not a huge deal. But I'm pretty sure the nanite engineering is also used with the covert ops and all that stuff. Nanite engineering is a pretty popular one. So, but yeah, as you can see, so some of the larger ones, like the Galante ones, I was selling those. So yeah, here, if I hover over it, it's showing they're 99,000 per unit. I paid 10,000 for them. So that's a 1,000% markup. So yeah, so it's worth 439 million. Those cores that I have right there is what it says. I don't know that I could sell them for that. So you can assign. So yes. So what happens is each research agent has 3 skills that he can research. Okay. So you got to look around and you got to find which one. So this guy does graviton physics as well as 2 other skills. This guy does electrical engineering and 2 other skills. So you got to find the right agent and then build up reputation with his corp in order to get to him. And so it has you running around all over the place. So I started with a level 1 research agent and build up with him and actually did other missions for his corporation so that then I could build up his reputation to get to a level 2. And then I moved to a level 2 agent. And yeah, it's a real grind. And that's why they don't do it that way anymore. So, okay, so you got to know what you're doing to get into manufacturing before you build those up. So not necessarily. You can find them. So if you go out here, to the agency and you go to agents and missions and you go to agent finder, you can go here to research agents, R&D, and highest available. So like I said, I've built up with a lot of the research companies, so mine are level 4. But you can do here, if you just do highest available, it'll show you what you have available for the corporations for your security level. And so yeah, when you go down here, I've got, so it's not even showing me anything less, but I could say level 1. And so here's the level 1s I have. So there's a level, so I probably worked with this one here in Kulin until I did enough missions for Ladai that I got to the level 2. And then I went to the level 2 and worked these guys until I got enough missions. And so, and the worst part is that there aren't really research missions. You can do missions for them, which there's you give them titanium or you deliver packages for them, but they don't give a whole lot of points. You've actually got to do like combat missions or distribution missions or other missions for their corp to build up with their corp in order to get higher. And so, yeah, it was a real grind. And so the thing I like about this agent finder is you can put in whichever agent type you want, and then I just do highest available, and it'll tell me the highest one I have with my standing. And so in this case, because of my standings, I have 4 with Ladai. I have 4 with Ishquan, whatever it is. And then there's another one, Calicoya. That's 3, so I probably don't have as high with them. There's another research corp that kind of specializes in research that I thought I had pretty high. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. Because, yeah, if you look here in my thing, Ladai, Visium. That's the other one. So this guy's a level 3. So when it comes to nanite engineering, you can also select the skills here, I think. Security status. Ignore standings requirement. No. There used to be... Yeah. So no. There used to be one where you could actually select the skill. And I think there's one online where you can select the skill. So if you're specifically looking for a nanite engineering guy, you can do it. Because with these guys, I got to click on them and say show info. And then see here's where it tells you which ones they do. So research field, graviton physics. And so here's the relevant skills, Caldari. So I've got to have Caldari, Starship Engineering 4, Electromagnetics 4, Electronic Engineering 4, Graviton Physics 4, or Rocket Science 4. So he does all of these. Right now, he's one of my agents. So it says that right now I'm using him to do Graviton Physics, and I have 18,000 points with him. So, but yeah, if you look at one that I'm not using right now, let's grab one of these guys. It just shows the relevant skills. So here's the one. So actually it looks like it's more than 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they'll do 5 skills now. So yeah, so if you have any of these 5 skills, you can have them research for you any of these. You can only do one at a time. And you can change it from time to time. The only problem when you change it, you lose all the points in the previous one. So what I always do is if I do have them change, I buy all the data cores from them for the previous skill. And, leaves it less than 100 points. And then I switch to another skill and start doing that. But yeah, it looks like they changed it. It used to only be that they had 3 skills. Now they have 5 skills. So that's kind of nice. But yeah, it took forever to get to level 4 with these corps. Because the research agents they have their own missions. But they're very simple missions. They don't give a whole lot of standing increase. So you really got to do other missions for the same corp in order to kind of get your corp standing up so that then you can talk to the higher level agents. And so that took forever. That took years. And so that's why when I tell everybody, oh yeah, I farm, they call it farming data cores. And so I say I farm data cores. They're like, oh yeah, nobody does that anymore. I'm like, yeah, nobody does it anymore because it takes too long to do. But once you've done it, it's very profitable. And so I'm not giving it up because it doesn't make sense to give it up. But I'm going to fly back to Jita to buy these hermetic membranes because I should have bought those while I was there, which was just idiotic. But what else is new? And we got nothing better to do. So if I didn't fly back and forth to Jita 6 times, it wouldn't make any difference. So yeah, But yeah, you don't necessarily need to know. Like I said, there's a website out there on research and invention. And I think it's one of the Eve sites, to be honest. And so yeah, it is. And that's where I got into it kind of at the ground level. When that was when they actually first put it into the game, I kind of got into it, and that helped. But they got a lot of complaints about it, and because it is super detailed, and I don't say super difficult to understand, but you got to wrap your head around it. And so a lot of people said, hey, this is way too difficult. And so that's when they created the data sites and the relic sites. So now you can get your data cores from them. The problem is, when I do a data site, I can't choose what data cores I get. So the top 3. So if we go back here to OCO, and unfortunately, since I'm flying, it's going to keep messing around. So the number 1 is this Galente Starship Engineering, which is why I have so many. And then I believe the Graviton Physics, the Nanite Engineering. So as you can see here, let's go back here. My research agents are all level 4s except for the Nanite Engineering guy. He's a level 3 because Nanite Engineering is so hard to come by. I had such a hard time getting to level 3 with Nanite Engineering that I was happy once I got to him. And I'm pretty sure he's in low sec space. So it was one of those. Now, since they've changed it, maybe they have a level 4 that I could get to. I'll have to check. But yeah, but that one, so Nanite Engineering is one of the ones that I use the most. It's used in the ship invention, as well as the covert ops invention, almost all the inventions, I think. And so it's a real big one. Graviton Physics. So here's the ones that I do. So Graviton Physics, I've got 2 guys doing Graviton Physics. Electronic Engineering, High Energy Physics, Rocket Science. So these are definitely the ones that I use the most. That's why I did those. So, but yeah, the nanite. The problem is, yeah, when you do a data site, you get random data cores. So you never know if you're going to get the ones you need, right? And you get 2, maybe 3, And so in those cases, now, like I said, you might be able to do the level 3s and the level 4s and maybe get higher numbers. Like I said, I always get killed when I do the level 3s or the level 4s. So, but yeah, in the case of those, it's so that was one of the reasons I specialized with the research agents in the ones that I use the most. So, but now the data cores are so prevalent on the market, I can buy them if I need them. They're expensive, So when I get them from a research agent, they cost me 10,000 ISK. If I get them off the market, it costs me 100,000 ISK. So yeah, it's definitely, the ones I use the most, I want to get from my research agents. But the research agents take time to generate them. But as you saw, I mean, I think those research ones that I did, so the Imicus is already running, so I can't do it. Let's do prototype. No, prototype. Nope, I'm not building it yet. Yeah, so the prototype here, so I've got it. So it takes 20 to do 10 runs. So 2 per run. And so that's quantum physics and graviton physics. So yeah, so those are the ones that I need. But that'll give me possibly, so here I've got a 48% chance. So that should give me 5 BPs at 10 runs each of the covert ops. And so that'll keep me going for a while. And so in those cases, I spend 20 to get enough to sell for months, And so, but I just sold 20 covert ops for 135 million, and that's probably the first ones I've sold this month. So, but yeah, so from that perspective, I spend 20 a month, give or take. It's like the other ones use different ones. Like I said, right now the Helios is actually going. I think, yeah, the Imicus is going, so I can't see it to see what it's using. And so, and the damage control is going, so I can't see it to see what it's using, or otherwise I'd show you, because those are the ones I build the most. So and then the prorator. So yeah, I guess if I do, hold on, let me do the sigil. If I do the sigil, so yeah, so here's the sigil. And so that one requires molecular engineering and Amar starship engineering. So, because this is an Amar ship. So, and I'm short for the molecular engineering. Now, as it is, I've got a ton of prorator BPs. So it'll be a while before I need them. But yeah, in the case of that, the next time I need to research, I'm going to have to come up with some molecular engineering, which is not one of the ones that I have on research. So molecular engineering is not one of the ones. So I'll have to buy those. So I pretty much just sell the data cores I find the highest bidder. Yep. Yeah, so if you want, I'll buy them off of you for whatever the going price is, or what's her face say? 90% of Jita, which I don't know. I'll give you 100% of Jita. That's not a problem, but because it'll save me having to go to Jita and buy them. So that way, at least you still get your money, but rather than you sell them to the market, I'll take them off of you. So, but yeah, for the ships, so here's the decryptors. So for the ships, I always use decryptors because it increases the runs. So like here, so this is going to make a 4 run. This decryptor, this parity decryptor, increases the max run modifier by 3. It increases the probability by 50%, and material efficiency by 1, time efficiency by -2. So this will give me, when I do the sigil with this decryptor, it'll give me a 4 run BPC, and it'll probably give me somewhere between 5 and 6 of them. So 5 and 6 times 4 comes to 20 prorators. So, which will keep me in prorators for quite a while. So yeah, so from that perspective, I do 1 invention, and that keeps me in prorators probably for 2 or 3 months. So, and that's where I'm at now, is I think I've got 6 or 7 prorator BPs, all at 4 runs each. So yeah, I won't need to invent any for a while, but yeah, the decryptors are expensive, and so that's one of the reasons I do the data sites, is to get the decryptors. But yeah, the problem is I need them in batches of 10, and I never have them in batches of 10. If you look back here, I have 25 of this one, 9 of this one. So yeah, so this one actually, let's say, yeah, it's not saying what they do. But yeah, here's the other ones. Yeah, so here's 2 of this one, 4 of that one. Yeah, now it's going to start over again. I hate when I jump while I'm trying to look at something. But then I have 98 of this one and 167 of this one. But these ones say, this one I think just increases the material and the time efficiency. It doesn't increase the runs. This one does increase the runs, so I use them a lot. And the other one that I use, I think, is this guy up here, the accelerant. So, but yeah, they come in real handy, especially with the ship ones. And yeah, they do sell very well, which is why a lot of people do the data sites, is because then they sell them. That's a good question. So I think in the case of this one, I used this parity decryptor on this one. And I think I used the optimized attainment decryptor on the other. This augmentation one increases the max run by 9, but it lowers the probability by 40%, which I can't afford. And so, yeah, so these other ones, they do different things. So that does a run. I think I use the symmetry one quite a bit as well. But like I said, I'll buy any of them from you. So, because it saves me having to buy them somewhere else. So, the decryptors and the data cores, I'll definitely buy from you. So,
Warp drive active.
yeah, so I have the Imicus running right now, so I don't remember which one I use on it. I kind of always use the same one, which is kind of strange. I should probably check them out better. Because the reason I use it is because I had 10 at that time. And so now I'm just keep using it. But so yeah, so it's probably not logical, or I probably should reevaluate it. For instance, it'd be better if I got 4 Helioses instead of 3. So, but for some reason with the Helioses, I only get 3 because I'm using a different decryptor that only gives +2. But yeah, next time I'll go in a ROM hack. I'll try to remember to keep them. Nope, no worries. Like I said, you can always contract me for whatever the price is you get from Doe Dixie, and I'll pay it. Worst case scenario, if I'm low on cash, I'll cancel the contract, and then you can sell them in Doe Dixie. So, but yeah, that's why a lot of people do the data sites, is because those are very, very profitable. Now, like I said, in my case, I'll definitely buy them from you. So, because I can only, so one of the other, I do have other research agents on my alts. So if we switch over here to Kragan, let me switch over to him. Let me dock here in Jita first so nobody blows me up. Let me go over here to Kragan. So here on Kragan, if we bring up his manufacturer, his research tab, you can see he's got level 1s and 2s because I never ground his. But as you can see, I just let him run. And so he's got 3 doing Galente Starship Engineering, which is a complete waste for me. And then he's got 2 doing quantum physics. So quantum physics I do use. That's the one that used on the one of them. I can't remember. But yeah. But the Galente Starship Engineering, I really need to reevaluate his and switch him to something else because that's not doing me any good. Now they're level 1, level 1, level 1, level 2. So they're not generating a whole lot, but still, it's a waste. And then my other alt, he also has 5 as well. And so, but yeah, they're much, 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 much lower level. So, all right. So let's switch back to Falstaff since now we docked. And let's bring this up. So let's go back. Back. I screwed around too much. Now I don't remember what I was trying to do. Okay, there we go. So we need 69 hermetic membranes. So view market. Let's just say 70. Yeah, so they're 116,000 each. Now, like I said, you can buy these, you can build these through PI. I'm going to buy 70. So that comes to 8 million. So, which it said 6 million. So Jita's higher than what it counts as the average of the universe. But that'll get me going. And so then I'll grab them here and do it. But yeah, what I'll probably do is I'll set up one of these guys to start building those again. So what's up, Road Ninja? Good to see you, buddy. They've got me explaining research and invention. So sorry if anybody's mind is being blown. Sorry about that. It is definitely what I'd call an advanced topic in Eve. So oh, there it is. I was like, I know it's here somewhere. It can't be that far away. Luckily, I consolidated things drastically. So otherwise, I used to have a huge list in there. So, but yeah, Ro Ninja, good to see you. Thanks for being here, buddy. I had made one run to Jita and picked up supplies and then didn't check what I needed and had to run back again. So, as usual, if I had a nickel for every time I did that, I probably wouldn't need to be an industrialist. So, $4:30 a.m. I don't know if me making your streams is a good thing or not. Oh my goodness. 4:30 a.m.? I am so sorry. I am so sorry. But I appreciate you being here. Especially since it's 4:30 a.m. So you're just having trouble sleeping? It's not like I haven't slept, yeah. I was doing that too. I was waking up at 5 o'clock. I still wake up at 5 o'clock every morning. At least now, though, I go to the bathroom and then I go back to bed. So I really, really want to get to where I'm going out and I'm walking, but I haven't done that. So because about 5 a.m. So about between 5:15 and 5:30 is when the sun comes up here, and that's like the only time it's comfortable enough for me to walk. Because by 8 a.m. it's 90 degrees or above. And so I've been wanting to get up around 5 and take a walk and come back and do my shower and all that. But I just haven't gotten inspired yet. So I've only been here a month, so we'll have to see if it works out better. But I very rarely leave the house, so it's a habit I've developed. Yeah, that's where I want to get. I want to get to that too. So that makes a big difference. So ZionOrion, good to see you. Florida here, the heat is unbearable. Yeah, so I'm in the Philippines, so the heat here is very unbearable. So good to see you. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I was in Kansas City until about a month ago, and I moved to the Philippines. I retired from my secular job, and my wife is from the Philippines, so we moved to the Philippines permanently. And that was really the only concern I had, the heat and the internet. And so yes, I'm very blessed. I'm young. I'm only 57, so I retired early, which is unheard of in America. And we brought our beautiful dog with us, who is being real needy because Mom is not here. Mom went to visit some family, so. But yeah, so that's where here. At 5 a.m., I think it's still like 79 degrees, so which is about the coolest it gets. And so, yeah, so that's where I want to start walking between them. So thanks, Ro Ninja. Appreciate it. But yeah, definitely a different one. So taking some time to get used to. So yeah, got to keep hydrated. But yeah, here by the time my stream starts at 9:30, oh, ads are on, sorry. Okay. Yeah, I love you too. Love you too. I love you too. Yeah, we'll wait for the ads. So, because I know Ro's not subscribed and Zion's not subscribed. So yeah, so we'll wait for the ads. But yeah, for everybody else, appreciate you being here. If you guys have any questions, by all means, I love to talk. And I love Eve. So, talking about Eve, since I love to talk and I love Eve, it's a labor of love. So. But yeah, you can make, I'll wait till the ads are done, sorry. I always get started. Yes, babies. Yes, babies. Yes, I know. The ads are done for one, for I, yeah. See, mine shows they're still going, so. Which is weird. I don't see them, of course, but I have something on my stream that tells me when they're on so that I don't sit there and talk. So, or try not to. Did I actually put them in resources? I think I did. Yep, 76. Okay, so I did. All right, cool. And now if we go back here, prototype. Yeah, the problem is I put him in there. It doesn't re-recognize him until I select the blueprint again, which is really a problem. Prototype cloaking. There we go. Oh, so if I select this one and then go back to this one, there you go. Now it shows they're there. I'm going to say start. Actually, I'm going to run it for 5 because that'll be quicker. That's all I need to do the second run, and then I'll run them for the other. So, welcome back from the ad. Sorry about that. But yeah, you can make really good money in Eve, but a lot of it takes a lot of planning and setup. And so my case, I didn't go into it to make money. I went into it to build ships that I fly, so that way I wouldn't have to buy them off the market. And because the market is just so expensive. And once I started building ships that I fly, then it was a simple matter of selling those same ships on the market to actually benefit from the high market cost. So yeah, I started with building the Helios, which is the covert op ship, the Galente covert op ship, which is the first one I flew. And that's where I got into invention and did all that. And then I went to the Pro Raider, which is the Amar blockade runner. And I built those and went that way. And I made a very good living just building those. So, hey, that's not supposed to be there. It's supposed to be an other, dingbat. So yeah, so that kind of worked out. But yeah, I didn't do it. I didn't go into it to make money. I ended up in it because I wanted to save money. And so, but it did take some effort, training skills, training other things, kind of getting things going. So, and like I said, the research agents were a huge grind. And even now, like I said, I'm pretty sure there's a website that'll let you search for the different skills. I don't know why CCP hasn't done that here, because that would be awesome. But yeah, this gives you research, so you can search for the different types of agents. And you can search for R&D, which is the research agents, and highest available, but it does not give you the ability to look at the skills, which is kind of a problem. And so because you're specifically going to want some that, have a specific skill set. So like we looked at with Kragan's are all level 1 and 2. I really, so let's switch back over to him. I really want to give him to the higher levels. So, because that, that gives me more points per day. So it's a win-win. So yeah, so if I go here, I don't know why every time I click on a button, it takes forever to load. So this is security. So I've got security up here now. I'm going to switch it to R&D, highest available. So yeah, it shows me my highest R&D is a 2. So yeah, and that's Devel Laboratories. So yeah, so what I'd have to do is I would have to go and find missions from Devel Laboratories. So you can do that as well. So let's say I go here and I want to do distribution. And I want to do... Actually, I'm probably going to have to go back here. So let's go back to R&D. Show you guys how I do it. So open this one up. I thought double-clicked works, but it doesn't look like it does. So they are. It doesn't show there. There it is. Duvel Laboratories. This is what I want. Okay, so here's Duvel Laboratories. It shows what my standing is with them. They're Galente Federation. Okay. So close this guy out. Go to, let's say, distribution. I want to do distribution ones, highest available for Galente Federation. And then I can select the corp. And so I can select Duval Laboratories. So there are, so I've got a level 2 distribution agent for Duval Laboratories at 7 jumps away. So what I would do is I'd go and I'd grind missions for this guy to bring up my status with Duvel Laboratories, and then after every 5 or 10 missions, I'd check again to see if I have a higher one and go and repeat, rinse and repeat, and keep moving up to see, okay, if I get a level 3, I'll go to the level 3 and grind them with him, because the higher the level agent, the higher your status increase. And so yeah, so if you get a level 4 distribution agent, you start doing missions for them, you're going to get higher increases for Duvel Laboratories, which will increase. No problem, Rodinja. Thanks for being here. And so, yeah, so then you'll get level 4 will give you higher status increases, which will then run up your research agents quicker as well. But yeah, you got to pretty much go here. That's highest available. You got to go here to the research agents and see what corporations they are. So here, Duvel Laboratories is pretty much all I got. So I don't have access to anyone in any other ones, which doesn't make any sense. Oh no, because I have factions selected. Okay, so that's why. So if I switch it back to all, Senny, that was my problem. I was going to say, that doesn't make no sense. Yeah, so here's Duvel, here's Ishk1, Credone, Core Complexion. So yeah, so you can do that with any of these. These are on low sec, so I want to avoid those. Creodron. I don't know why I can't pronounce these. But Creodron is one where that'll work. So yeah, so I could do those. Road and Shipyards, another good one. And that's what I did with Falstaff. We switched back to Falstaff. I just kind of ground Ladai and Ishk1, Ishukone. Let's call it Ishukone. But as you can see, most of mine are Ladai. So I ground missions for Ladai forever. Here's Calicoda. And then it's weird because, like I said, I have the Vism, which is this one. This is one of my agents right here. And so Vism's another one that I probably should see if I can grind some more for them. So, but yeah, that's 48 jumps away. So yeah, that's the thing with research agents. Once you find one that you have, it really doesn't matter how far away it is. You go there, you set up your research with them, and then you just leave them. And then what happens is every time I go to pick up data cores, the first thing they do is say, hey, I haven't heard from you in a while. I got a special mission for you. And it's either a delivery mission or give them Tritanium. So what I do is I leave Tritanium at all the stations where I have missions. So if you look here, let's see, Izawa. So here, one of my guys, if we look here, one of my guys, one of my guys is in Izawa. So yeah, Izawa. So as you can see, Izawa. So here, I have Tritanium sitting there. So if he asks me for Tritanium, I already have it there available. So yeah, so when I run to see these guys, I take a load of Tritanium with me and leave it. And then that way, when they ask me for Tritanium, I already have it there so I can quickly do the mission and get back to buying the data cores and moving on. So yeah. But yeah, so that's what I do is I leave Tritanium at all the ones where I have an agent. So there's another one. This one's obviously something else. There's one where I have one. So yeah, but yeah. Fart smeller. But yeah. So yeah, so it actually it's a good way. Like I said, I didn't do it originally to make a living. I actually just did it to wow, I got a blockade runner just sitting out there. Wonder what that's doing all the way out there. That's kind of weird. I didn't do it to actually make money. So here's where one of mine is. This is the one that's in low sec. This is the only low sec agent I have. And so, yeah, I need to work on him to see if I can get it higher. I think he's a level 4, though. Kiram. Yeah, he's a level 4. So I wouldn't be able to get higher, but that was a lesser of evils. To get a level 4, I went into low sec, so which was okay. It's a quiet low sec system, but yeah, so but it is kind of a grind with the research agents, which, like I said, that's not a whole lot of people do it with research agents anymore. They're all doing it just by farming the data sites, but the data sites only give you two or three data cores, random data cores every time you do one. So that's a lot of data sites to get to, I got 100 when I cashed out last week. I made a trip to Amar, and while I was in Amar, several of them were close to me in Amar. I must have lived in Amar at one point in time, and so I went ahead and cashed them out. Did the mission that they required. Cashed out my data cores for 10,000 ISK per data core, which is super cheap, and hauled them back here so that I can use them for invention. And so it was well worth it. I could always sell them if I wanted to sell them. Like I said, most of them are going for around 100,000 a piece. And so since I'm only buying them for 10,000, 100,000 a piece is that's 1,000% markup. So yeah. So the research agents are a nice kind of passive income, but it takes a lot of grinding to get them up and get the agents, and so that's why it's not popular. I had already done it with Falstaff, already did the grind, so at this point now I'm just reaping the rewards. So everybody says it's time better spent to do the data sites than to doing the grinding for the agents, which I don't know. The data sites are not always easy to find and kind of frustrating, especially when somebody comes and steals the cans from you because you're in high sec. So, but speaking of that, we actually found a data site earlier and we didn't do it. It was a level 3, so I don't know if it's still there. I don't know which system it was in, but it's probably not. But let's go ahead and run and see if we can find it. So we went to OCO. So we'll head back to OCO and see. For curiosity's sake. So it was not here. I didn't think it was here. I would have remembered that. Yeah, especially when they get cherry picked so much. Yep. Yeah, and that's where I get frustrated, is because I finally find a data site and then somebody comes and steals it from me, which used to be the honor system back in the day, where if you were the first one in the data site, they left you have it and they moved on to the next one. Problem is now there's not enough of them to go around, so everybody's gotten kind of cutthroat, and especially in high sec, because you're not going to shoot the guy because Concord will come and kill you. But it would be nice if it did something where some kind of timer, where if I go into a site, it sets it to me, so that if you then steal from it, it gives me the ability to shoot you. That would be nice, without Concord, taking care of me. Most times I'm in a scan ship, so I don't have any bullets, I don't have any guns, so, you're probably fine. But I mean, when people scan the cans and only hack the good ones, leaving the bad ones, yeah, see, that's kind of crap. Well, but then again, we do the same thing with the level 3s. Because the level 3s are, the rats come, so we just kind of go for that. But yeah, just move to null, yeah. So the site doesn't despawn, yeah. Yeah. And you can shoot them all. Yeah, that's true. Though null, what happens in null is everybody shoots me before I get a chance to shoot them. So, all right, so it's not here. It's probably gone, but that's different. The cover sites despawn. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, so the cover sites do despawn. Ah, okay, I didn't realize that. Yeah, because I've ran into a couple of them where the rats were there and the cans were still there, but the one had been looted. So I'm in null, and the alliance is so big I can sit safely all day. So that's not too bad. Yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, nobody wants to run the risk of pissing somebody off, so that's good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I'm just a lone guy, so I'd have to make friends with somebody. So. I'm pretty sure this one's probably gone. Oh, but there's 2 more signatures here, so we might as well scan these down. Since we're here. Actually, so that looks like a wormhole. Oh, raid. FBI, open up! FBI, open up! FBI, open up. Autonomous, thanks for the raid, buddy. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I'm used to wormhole space by myself, but the corp I joined was in null line, so I took a chance and much more peaceful than HiSec. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, HiSec, they kind of get away with it because there's nothing, there's nothing you can do about it, so. And they prey on that, and so yeah, you're asking for it, I guess. So, but Autonomous, thanks again for the raid, buddy. Appreciate it. Good to see you today. Uh-oh, am I disconnected? Nope. Something's going wrong. No worries, mate. I just did a short stream to test my new Starlink connection, and it's awesome. I have to do real things. Oh, man, so you got Starlink. I'm on the waiting list. I'm desperately wanting it. It's sold out here in my area, and they put me on a waiting list. And I've been on the waiting list for, I think, 2 months now. So I desperately need it because my internet sucks. So, yeah, so good to hear it's working well. So even low sec, if you're in an active corp, is safer. Yeah. And so yeah, mine's a stream corp. So yeah, not super active except during my time, and even then, I wouldn't want them to risk themselves for me. So, but yeah, that's probably, we were talking about that yesterday. That's probably the only thing I don't do in Eve. I pretty much do everything in Eve except PvP, and so. There's a whole bunch of guys who do PvP, so you can always get that from somewhere else. But yeah, I do everything but PvP because I can't even defend myself very well. So I die really quick. So I am good at that. So yeah, so I usually avoid the wormholes and low sec and null sec. Because it's not even a challenge. Back in the day, they used to look at my character, because my character's 23 years old, and they used to look at my character. All right, Autonomous, have a great day. Thanks again. I just gone from 4 gig cell tower to small town connect, 400, 500 megabits. That's a huge difference. Congratulations. But yeah, have a great day, buddy. Thanks again for the raid. But yeah, back in the day, they would look at my character in local or wherever, and they would see that I was 23 years old, and they would think, oh, this guy's going to be a challenge. And so they would hunt me down and realize, no, he wasn't a challenge at all. So, and that's just in most of these guys here are all fighters, and they protect me. I am the same way. Yeah, I'm not, yeah. But it's funny because I'm part of the mothership team And those guys are all PvPers. Serpent Power and Anarchos, those guys are all PvPers. So they all tell me, hey, we'll teach you. I'm like, yeah, I don't think it's one of those things I can be taught because I'm pretty clueless when it comes to PvP. So, but yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's it. And that probably would work. That probably would work very well because I would definitely be good bait. It actually was a real good thing when CCP changed it so that, the older you were, it didn't really matter. Because back in the day, before they allowed you to buy skills and buy skill implants, the fact that you were old, my character's 23 years old, so it's the same age as Eve itself. I was a target. Every time they'd see me, they would just go after me and thinking, oh, this guy's going to be a challenge. And it was so ridiculous because it was like, yeah, no, that's not working. But yeah, it was funny because they were always so disappointed. And I'm like, yeah, sorry. So 2011, yep. But yeah, when they changed that, I'm not sure it was a good change because now you can buy your way, to the top. But at least it kept me from being a target anymore. So that's a level 4. So yeah, that's going to have rats. So I don't want to do that one. So I'm afraid of rats, especially in this Astero. I just got my Astero back. And I'm really liking it. And I really don't want to lose it on something stupid like a data site. That would really hack me off. That would really hack me off. I lost it in a really stupid way probably over a year ago. And yeah, I stopped as well. So I've stopped several times. So CCP pissed me off several times because of some knee-jerk reactions they made, screwed our corp over, a couple other things. And so, yeah, so I quit several times. And this last one, I want to say this last one was probably about 6 or 7 years I was gone. And so that was it. I've been back now, it's got to be close to a year, somewhere between 6 months and a year. And so, but yeah, they seem like they're not making the knee-jerk reactions anymore, so that's at least good. Because back then they were catering to the gang. They still cater to the gankers, but they were really catering to different types of players, which was frustrating. And so if you weren't that type of player, you didn't have any say, you couldn't get anything that you needed, and it was really, really frustrating. And so, yeah, so it's good to see that they're at least trying to balance it a little bit better now and not react so much. But yeah, botters. Yep. Yeah, the botters was a big one. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny because, yeah, they had it in their SLA that you couldn't use bots. And then they actually took the code from man, I can't remember the name of it. It was called Silent Miner or something. There was one of the bots that everybody used, and they added it to the game, and so now all the NPC corps use that same code to have their ships fly out there and mine, and it was like, you bastards, told us we couldn't use it. Now you're using it. So yeah, but yeah, that was funny. But yeah, in their case, they're gonna. Like we were just talking yesterday, I think it was, or a day before, about the skins. How they're kind of double dipping on the skins, and so charging the people that are developing the skins an arm and a leg, and then charging the people that are buying the skins an arm and a leg. So they're getting it from both sides. And the worst part is everybody's paying it. Nobody's kind of boycotting it, and so they're not going to change it. They're going to keep taking it. And so, yeah, so it was kind of funny that way. So, but yeah, that is their cash cow now. So, yeah, because all the NPC corps now have their own mining people that go out and do it with using the bots, which is just ridiculous. But, all right, so nothing here. There's another site, so let's scan that bad boy now. But yeah, it's come a long way since 2003. It really has. Really has. And so, what's that mean? Charging people, designing skins, and buying skins? Yeah, so the people that develop the skins, that actually design the skins, they get charged a whole bunch of Plex to make the skin. And then they also have to buy the components to make the skin, all the colors and the patterns and all that stuff, which they have to buy off the market, which is super expensive because that's supply and demand. But CCP charges them to actually make the skin, something like 150 Plex. And then after they make it, CCP charges everybody else, 150 Plex or more to buy the skin. And so they're getting it from both sides. And so where it's like, okay, I understand charging the people that want to buy the skin, but you shouldn't charge the people that are developing the skin. I mean, if they didn't develop it, you wouldn't have anything to sell. But the fact that the developers are paying it, they're not going to change it because they're like, well, we might have thought about that if nobody paid it, then we probably would have got rid of it. But since they paid it, why would we change it, So most of my corp all run 5 to 10 tunes. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, I've got 4. I run 2 actively. I've got 2 accounts, so I'm multi-boxing here. But I've got 2 accounts that I run on a regular basis. And the one account's only got 1 tune on it. I've been thinking about making another one just to have something else. But honestly, I have enough trouble with 2 tunes. So the other ones I use mostly for research agents and PI. So I have 2. My main and the second is just a spy. There you go. Yep. Yeah, a lot of people have one that they kind of throw out in. They'll throw in Jita or something in order to be able to get cost. Find out what things are selling for in Jita and change. Go that way. But yeah. But yeah, I have 2 accounts that I pay for, which is okay. I can handle that on my retirement, so helps traveling with high value mines. Yep. That way you can kind of make sure you're not putting yourself in harm's way, because yeah, you don't want to lose it after you work so hard for it. So, but yeah, it's amazing that everybody paid that stuff for the skin stuff. I'm just shocked that they actually paid it. So I'm thinking I'm gonna sell some of these. Says they're 99,000 a piece. I only paid 10,000 for them. I really need to switch Kragan and get his switched over, so because I don't need any more Galentian ones, for crying out loud. That's crazy. Electromagnetic physics. I've got a bunch of those. So those are the ones I probably just got the other day. There's a Marn. Basic civilian tech. That must be ones I got from Data Site. I would have never bought those. Yeah, I must have got those from a Data Site. I really should set him up with like molecular engineering or something. That's ones I could use. Propulsion subsystem engineering. I don't think I need those. Rocket launcher. I got that one. Core subsystem. Defensive. Yeah. So I've got over 100 in just about everything except molecular. So that's probably the one I need to look at. So yeah. All right, wasn't nothing there. Somebody took it. It was a level 4 Data Site, but the rats are too tough for me. Especially, like I said, I don't want to lose my Astero, so I could probably come back with a battleship, but I'd have to put a hacking rig on it, which is kind of defeats the purpose. So let's go back to Ventolin.
Warp drive active.
But yeah. But yeah, it was weird. When I set up all my stuff, I didn't set it up to make money. I set it up to save money. So I started building ships so that I didn't have to buy them off the market. I only built the ships that I flew, that I lost. And so that worked out. And then once I got to where I wasn't losing them on a regular basis, it became an area that I could sell and make money. So it worked out pretty good. So, but yeah, it was funny because it wasn't always that. Took a long time setup. So, and those research agents, like I said, those are phenomenal. So they make a big difference. So, but yeah, they are a pain to get set up. So. Maybe that's what I should do with Craig, and maybe I should run some missions with him to try and get some local agents. I really need to find, like I said, molecular engineering looks like one that I'm short on.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I don't have molecular engineering, so that's one that I should switch one of these graviton physics guys. Molecular engineering. So he could do molecular engineering. I should probably switch him. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Since that's the one I'm short on. Level 4 goes a long way.
Warp drive
Oh,
active.
I closed it. Hate when I do that. But yeah, I could set him up since I just cashed him out. I could set him up with molecular engineering, or even better, I could go to this guy, Izawa. Actually, that's not too far away. I could. He doesn't have molecular engineering, so no, that wouldn't work. So yeah, that wouldn't work. So I got electronic, nanite, high energy. Yeah, the nanite one is really hard to come by. Really hard to come by. So I need to find that website. There's a website. I don't think it's an Eve site, but there's a website that you can search that'll show you the skills that the research agents have. Because that's the one thing that they have not done in the client that I'm frustrated with, is it would be nice if you could look for the actual skills. Search by the skills. Because then I think that would make it a lot easier.
Docking permission requested. Docking request active.
Find which one you need, and then you know which corporation to work with, which agent to work with, everything to kind of get it up to the level you need. So I suppose we could run a mission. I need to add ammo. Actually, let's go here. Archangel. Yeah, the only problem with that is we actually have a lot of phase plasma. All right. Yeah, I'm going to put you back down, okay? I'm going to put you back down. All right. There you go. There you go. So, yeah, I need to put the phase plasma in here. 18, so let's do 9,000. And then I need some nuclear. I think the nuclear is still in the... Yeah, the nuclear is still in Still being cooked. Yeah. 5 more hours. So yeah. So the quantum microprocessor and the oscillator should be done here in well, the oscillator is going to be another hour, but the quantum microprocessor will be done here in a minute. I think that's for the damage control, but I think the oscillator I also need for the damage control. So yeah, so we'll work those out. But yeah, I don't have the nuclear stack. Titanium, we probably should take that out of here since it's not doing us any good. I hate when it does that. I really hate when it does that. Photon, nuclear. We'll leave the nuclear and we're going to put it back. Carbonized lead. I don't think we're using that, so let's put that in there. Stack. As long as I got 2 or 3 different kinds, I won't run out, so. But yeah, the nuclear was what I was using the other day, so. But yeah, I've got a level 4 Caldari Navy agent that I did missions for, which is always a lot of fun, so. Site contains special ship restrictions, so my Mackerel won't go. Following objectives was completed. Destroy the Enyo. Special mission for you won't be penalized if you decline it. All right, cool. All right. So ship restriction should be good. Mackerel works. Pilot Scar. This is the one I just did yesterday. Or did 2 days ago. Kind of crazy. He gave me the same one. In the same place. That's really weird. Yeah, that should be fine. What other? Let's see what other large bullets we have. Large projectile. Yeah. Yeah. Let's just scroll down the projectile. Since you're trying to be difficult. Carbonized lead. Depleted uranium. Tracking speed. Range bonus is 0. 12, 12, 12. That actually does quite a bit of damage. We will take the depleted uranium. Let's take 5 of those. All right. Carbonized lead. 60% range bonus. Tracking speeds. A little better. That's all, nope, all kinetic. Let me see if I have those things. Mackerel, yep, Mackerel, Caviar. Good to see you today, buddy. How are you? Was actually looking at swapping these out and putting the, seeing if I can put the, just the multi-spectrum ones in here. Now I'm curious. So 1330, 48, 57. 1330, 48, 57. Let's say shield. All right. So I did. It was the enduring. So Dreadgeresis and enduring EM. No, it wasn't the EM. It was thermal. All right. So 1330, 48, 57. 1330, 48, 57. All right. Put you guys in here. Put these back on. These are tier 1s, so I can't imagine they're going to be. 1330, 48, 57. It says the same. So is it not referencing it? Hey, MantaFinch, thanks for the subscription, buddy. Yeah, 3 months already. Way to go. Dallas Stars getting dirty with the Jets because they're losing 3-0. I bet. That's all right, though. Winnipeg can hold their own. So how come in the fitting window it's not showing me the changes here for my resistance? Shouldn't it show me the difference because of these guys? It didn't change. Or is that just wishful thinking? Only in simulate. Okay, gotcha. All right. Thank you for that. All right, so let's take this off. Oh, come on. What are you doing? Unfit. All right, so that only lowered that one, really. And then if I do these multi-spectrum, yeah, that's way higher, way higher. All right, that's way higher, way higher. All right. All right. Thank you for that, Manta. Appreciate it. And thanks for the subscription, buddy. Really appreciate it. Unfit. Did someone call me unfit? No. That was the only way for me to get it out of there in the in the simulation, which I thought was kind of weird. So, all right. So let's put this guy in the item hanger. Let's put this guy in the item hanger. Whoop. Stop moving. All right. And let's repackage. All right. All right. Module. Bingo. Stack. All right. So that alone increased it drastically. All right, cool. And then I think there was something else. I think Respin sent me one here the other day. Battleship. Non-Empire. Machiavelli. This guy. So what was the difference? Oh, he put a cap one on there, yep. Extra large ancillary shield booster. Which... cap battery. Thunker large cap battery. Yeah, I've already got those, so. Gyro stabilizer and directional, yep. Yeah, so I think this was a change. Extra large ancillary shear, but just 980. Yeah, that's only doing 596. Whew. Yeah, that sucks. Oh, I see. So it's just changing these two. Yeah. So was the thunker. I don't have those. New market details. 4.9 in Udema, of all places. Udema. Let me check Jita. You could have a lot more tank with extenders. And your armor plate, they get bonus to that too, so. Ancil is more PvP mod in my option. Not good for sustained use like missions. Okay. Cool. Yeah, this one works. I don't have too many problems with it. I probably could use a better battery. Because that battery doesn't look like it's doing much. It's not pulling it the best, but yeah, that one's nowhere near. I'd have to go to the other one anyway. So yeah. But all the rest is the same. But the multi-spectrum made a huge difference. So yeah, I'll go ahead and do that one. So I'll go ahead and do that one. So yeah, so we already accepted the mission, so we probably should get going, huh? Let's go. Yeah, the one I have on there's only doing 580, so. But yeah, if you want to play with that fit Dark Slider, feel free. I hate messing with fits, so. Set destination, Oshama. So this is the exact same mission I did 2 days ago in the exact same system. One day I'll convince you to come on one of our core PvP rooms. Yeah, I'm definitely not a PvPer. That's just asking for trouble. So, all right, let's switch this out for phase plasma. Yeah, Anarchos has been trying to get me to come with him and Serpent Power, since they're both on Team Mothership as well. And they keep telling me they're going to teach me to PvP, and I'm like, yeah, I think that would be a waste of time, because I don't even die well, you know? So, even the gankers, the few times I've been ganked, they were like, yeah, that wasn't worth it. I mean, you didn't scream and holler, you didn't carry on. I mean, we'll go gank somebody else. Oh, I wasn't meaning you be on the fleet. I mean, you be the target. Ah, there you go. Yeah, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. I honestly, you say that. I'm always worried because there's so many of you guys PvPing that I'll end up someplace and one of you will end up tracking me down and blowing me up and then realize, oh crap, that was wrong. It's all in good fun. All in good fun. But yeah. Yeah, I figure one of these I'll end up running into Narcos, you know. Even though I'm on Team Mothership, he probably won't recognize the name and blow me up. So you got blue standing still out, so you're safe. I appreciate that. Yeah, I probably need to tell him to make me blue on theirs as well. So, cause yeah, that's one I always figure Serpent Power. He's always one when he's looking, he like jumps on him pretty quick. And I thought, yeah, he'll probably do that, and he'll be like, man, that name sounds familiar. I'm like, yeah, too late.
Warp drive active.
Too late. What are you doing? Huh? You need to go lay down. Go lay down, babies. Go lay down. But yeah, I appreciate that. That makes a big difference. I usually stay out of low sec unless I've got to run quick to something. I never get to null sec. And wormhole, yeah, I don't get in wormholes very often. I'm looking for a specific wormhole because I have a whole bunch of PI from one of my characters in a wormhole that I've had for years. And I've actually maxed out the storage on everything there, and it's full to the top. So I want to find it just so I can pull the PI out and make some money off of it. But yeah, so I'll jump into wormholes just to see if they're the one I'm looking for, but that's about the gist of it. So, but yeah, it's funny. I always, you know, it's funny you mentioned that because I always worry about that. Anytime I'm crossing through low-sec, I'm like, I don't cross through low-sec very often, but what? Mwah. Yeah, I know. You're being needy because mommy went bye-byes. I know. I know. I know. It's okay. There's someone that has a seed in every wormhole system. He couldn't find that entrance for you, or he could find that. Yeah, there's a corp that said they'll do it for like 400 million. Yeah, there's like a corp that says they'll give me the path. They'll tell me exactly where to go and for 400 million, which I've thought about paying, but at this point it isn't that important for me to spend the money on it yet. So, but I figure if I come across it myself, you know, that'll save me 400 million, but which 400 million is not really much. So, that's pretty good. So 400 million give us the J system. Here's the J system. We'll find it as a community. There you go. Yeah, and that's what I think they do is they have so many people that for the 400 million they just go and they find it. But yeah, I was like, yeah, I am cheap by nature. So that's where I made my money in Eve, was because I started building ships because I didn't want to buy them off the market because they were too expensive, and now I sell those same ships and make money. And so it worked out really good for me, but it started out because I'm cheap, and that's my nature by default. So 400 million is like, 400 million. Yeah, I don't know. Why are they blue? That's weird. Why are they blue? I didn't check them out when I came the first time. I actually just went to the gate, and then when I got to the gate, people started shooting at me. So maybe they were blue last time too, but nope. They're not the ones. These guys. Nope, I don't want him. I want to target the small ones first. Oh, I guess I should turn on my hardeners, huh? Duh. Yeah, that might help. That might help. And then, of course, we're in a trig system, so I can only have 4 targets, which is super awesome. So, but look after the penny and the pounds come rolling in, or something like that. Yeah, I always heard do what you love and the money will follow, and it worked for me. And so I've been able to retire very early, so I can't complain. So it definitely worked for me. But all right, what are we looking at here? Yeah, I'll pick off all these other ones before I pick off the one I'm orbiting. That way I won't have to worry about it. This battleship's getting a little close. Come on, get rid of them. Save my cat. I'll be retiring early too. Just need to find that scratch card. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I'm super excited. We really, and you know, it doesn't hurt that we moved to a country where the cost of living is, you know, easily a quarter of what we were paying in America, so that helps immensely. But yeah, and my wife is super happy, which makes me super happy because she's happy to be home. So, but yeah, that made a huge difference. Now, if I could just get reliable internet here, I'd be happier than a clam. So, which Starlink seems to be the solution. It just won't sell it to me. I gotta find a way around it. Since there's so much corruption here, I figure I should be able to find a way around it fairly easily. But so far, I haven't been able to. Starlink, I guess, is an American company, so they're not bound by the same corruption. But I can find some Filipino who will help me out, so. Come on, come on. There you go. Now we're cooking with gas. Get rid of some of these battleships. Yeah, this MaphyrHelbane is a huge tank, so yeah, speaking of that, do you need a live-in maid, miner, mission runner? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you'd qualify. I told my wife that if we have a maid, in order to make sure I don't fall into the Arnold Schwarzenegger problem, she's got to be the ugliest maid in all the Philippines. So I'm not sure you qualify. So she's like, "You don't trust yourself?" I said, "No, I don't want anyone accused of me. I want everybody to go, hell no, he's not sleeping with her." That's a big status thing here. You have a maid because, just because you can. And I said, yeah, I don't know about that. So, shield. Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm trying to wait for my cap to get a little higher, but yeah. But thanks, Caviar. Appreciate it. Pick off a couple more battleships. They do some damage once they get close. Unfortunately, this shield recharger definitely burns the cap quick, so. Probably need to find one that's not so cap intensive, or like we talked about, find a better battery. So he's too busy telling me I'm too sexy to be his maid. Don't interrupt him. Yeah. It's got to be the ugliest maid in the Philippines. Otherwise, I can't do it. Can't take the chance. And if you look about it, Arnold's was pretty ugly, and he still impregnated her. So I don't know. Even my wife doesn't give me that kind of feedback. Yeah, mine never does either. So her first thought when I said that was, "You don't trust yourself?" I said, "No, I don't want anyone to accuse me of anything." She always has to come up with a negative of it. So, all right, let's save this one. Save location. Mobile tracker unit 1. Actually, I better check. Did I get rid of all the other ones? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. Yeah, the problem is all these guys got loot. One of them's got my key. I got to get the key. So the first gate has a key. All the rest of them don't. So. All right, reload. Save us some time. Maybe we'll get lucky and it'll have sucked them all in. What's up, Caden Voss? Blue Gray, good to see ya. Not sure if you're actually on. Oh, ads are on. Sorry, guys. Oop. See? Forgot I had it on. That's what those warnings are for. So, yeah. Welcome back from the ads. Sorry about that. I was talking during the ads, so. See Blue Gray in the in-game channel, so we'll see if he shows up to the stream. Ads? What ads? There you go. There you go. Yes, thanks for that, Manta. Appreciate it. Thank you for that. I always have to cater to the least common denominator. I have a couple guardian, I guess you call them guardian angels that visit my stream that seem to subscribe everybody. And so those are the ones that are always interesting, but all right, let's see if it's in this container. It's probably in this container. Let's turn you guys off. Let's reload you. Let's see if we can catch this thing before it gets to the mobile tracker. Probably not. Nope. That's all right. MaphyrHelbane, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. All right, let's scoop the cargo hold. And quickly, loot all. All right, I got the gate key. Excellent. All right. Oh, let's bring our drones back. That might help. Don't abandon the drones. Good to see you, MaphyrHelbane. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Get back to the gate here. We're doing a level 4 Caldari Navy mission. So. Activate the gate.
Warp drive active.
I remember rooms 1, 2, and 3 weren't a problem, but room 4 was a bear. But now with these shield hardeners changed out, maybe I won't have as big a problem. So, thanks, Amitation. I really got to get some new ones out there for you guys. All right, so these are battle cruisers. Let's target the cruisers. And the battle cruiser. Yeah, she's going to take off, I remember. No, wait. That's not what we wanted. Target her. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's going to take off. Come on. Yep. All right, so let's orbit at 20. Actually, let's orbit this guy at 20. Oh, man. What are they doing? How are they going through so fast? That's crazy. Doesn't make any sense. There we go. Somebody's doing some damage. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see it. I'm trying to find a path. So those battleships must have railguns. They were doing some damage. I didn't have trouble yesterday with the with room number 2, so I'm kind of surprised I am today. I don't have any projectile ammo that'll reach that far, so. So let's regroup.
Warp drive active.
But exactly what I'll be doing when I get home today. Again, I've been grinding the shiz out of Theology Council level 4. It's got natural standings up to 9.99. Excellent. Pushing for that last 0.01. That's always the hardest. Yeah, even Storyline are only giving me... Wow, see, that sucks. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. But yeah, that's the closer you get to that 10, the harder it is. It's ridiculous.
Docking request accepted.
Yeah, I think my Caldari Navy is like 9.69. And I said, you know, that's good enough. I was like, if it gets there from doing them, you know, I'm doing them just to have fun. I'm like, if it gets there from doing them, great, but I'm not gonna worry about it. Cause yeah, that's too much. All right. So yeah, if we focus on these guys, we should have probably focused on the battleships first. I think I might remember that. So yeah, so I think we'll do that from maybe the next room as well.
Warp drive.
If I remember correctly, there's 4 rooms. So but yeah, that last 0.01 is a bear. Is a bear. Is a bear. That's the only problem with taking off is now I gotta go to each of these gates again. Of course, I was only in the second room, so that's not too bad. Which is kind of crazy. And I had to run at the second room because that should have definitely been. So maybe the one that I had before was a better for whatever those battleships are doing.
Warp drive active.
Luckily, they probably drove him a little bit away, but I don't have anything for long range, so. Drop off's 35. 10. See if we can get ahead of this. Pick off a couple of them. Try to stay ahead of it. MaphyrHelbane is a beautiful ship. Yeah, it's a heck of a tank. That's why I like it. It is a shield tank. It's a heck of a tank. I use a Megathron. I'm a railgun guy, so I prefer railguns because I like to snipe them from a distance. But the Megathron can't tank the battleships as well, so that's where I usually do most of these now with the MaphyrHelbane because it made such a big difference. So one less shooting at me, that'll help. Ooh, I guess I should orbit one of these guys. Oh yes, Kronos is my mission ship. Micro jump away, then rail them to death. Yep. Yeah, the range I got on this plasma is only 2,800 with a fall off at 35. So yeah, so way too close. But it definitely does the best damage. I did throw some, I threw something else in here today that I haven't used. Depleted uranium. So I might try those. Let my cap recharge a little bit. Let's go ahead and deploy this guy. It doesn't say. It says Corpus, so I don't know what Corpus is. Blood Raider. Yep, you're right. Yeah, I'm using multi-spectrum. I was using thermal and kinetic before, and somebody talked me into switching it out to multi-spectrum. And honestly, I think when I did it 2 days ago, I did the exact same mission 2 days ago. I think it tanked better when I did it 2 days ago. So. But yeah, so EM thermal. Yep. Yeah, so the EM is the lowest, so, but still 53%. Yeah. The MaphyrHelbane's slow and steady. Where my Megathron, it usually takes care of them pretty quick. So, but yeah. Alright. So now I'm trying to decide whether I go back or go forward. I think I'm gonna dock. I don't have any damage, so I could just dock at this one.
Warp drive.
Recharge my cap, recharge my shield, and then go to the third room. So, and maybe I'll swap out this EM one. So I have an EM one here in my cargo. I wasn't using it 2 days ago though. I was using kinetic thermal, and it really seemed like I was tanking better. So I didn't have to run until the fourth room. So yeah. Gotta be honest, using a Marauder for them makes the missions almost boring. Yep. Yeah.
Docking permission requested.
Yeah. That's kind of what I've heard too.
Docking request accepted.
Though boring sometimes wouldn't be so bad. So 100% bonus to shield extenders. Swap the hardeners for extenders. You get more real tank. Okay. I think I have some extenders back in Venolin. I don't have those here, so I'll swap those out for the next one, but I wonder if I switch out to this depleted uranium, give me more range.
Warp drive active.
So that does increase the range a little bit. We'll try that. It might actually do better damage too. So, moves it out to 5,000, but still getting that close. You're just asking for trouble. Just asking for trouble. So
Warp drive active.
the only problem is without the hardeners, though, I'm going to take full damage. So, but I get it's worth a try. Can't do any worse. Or even if it does, at least we'll know. Come on. Maybe we target the battleships first.
Active.
Normally the smaller ships do more damage, but it'd be nice if I could take her out. Nah, she left. Let your drones take out the smaller ships. There you go. Get double the bang. Normally the smaller ships target the drones, so that's why I usually try to get rid of those first, but this one was been pretty unique. The shield booster will be more effective with a large base HP pool. Gotcha. Yeah, I know. Can't really afford to shut it off. All right. Go, go, go. Yeah, they're definitely not. They're not doing as well as the other day. The multi-spectrums. So.
Warp drive active.
You can get 1300 DPS from that ship easy. Yep. 2 T2 guns and hail. Yeah, and I don't know if I have T2 guns on here or not. Nope, I just have the 800 heavy scouts. So
Docking request accepted.
yeah, it's only doing 536. I'm over here having a mild panic attack over the shield and armor alarm. Sorry. I know when I watch other streamers, I always hear their alarms going off in the background, and I'm like, I'm mining. Why would I, or I'm in a station. Why is that going on? Like,
Warp drive active.
So yeah, that would always freak me out too. So. Abigail, what are you doing? No need to whine. It's okay. It's okay. Mommy will be home later. No need to whine. I'm not even in game. There you go. I set the alarm as my alarm clock sound once. It was the worst thing I ever did. Yeah, that'll wake you up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I'm gonna need to put that on there as one of mine for one of the sound effects that I'll have on stream. So we have a couple guys who always fall asleep during our mining events, and they're usually the guys boosting. And so I need to get that on there, a couple of those alarms on there, and have it go off over and over again, see if it'll wake them up. So. Yield alarm jump scare. There you go. Yep, yep.
Warp drive active.
Wake them up. Yeah, because like you said, even if you're not in game, it's like, oh shit. All right. Orbit at 20. There we go. Well, that's weird. I had one of them almost dead. How come it's not the ones I'm targeting? Of course, it's the next one. There we go. All right, so let's see who we got. One of these has got to be the one I've been working on. Nope. What the fudge? Nope. That is super weird. There's no way they repaired all that damage. I had one almost fully killed. That's super strange. Port Admiral. I don't know which Port Admiral I'm orbiting. That's okay. Maybe he's stocked up to repair. Yeah, maybe he's saying, hey, that's a great idea. I'm going to do that. Why didn't we think of that? Why didn't we think of that? Why didn't we think of that? Oh, I guess I should turn my guns on, huh? What a moron. I think I'd hear him, like, hey. Also, let's deploy this guy. Come on. Let it recharge a second. Yeah, maybe he's stocked up to repair. Yep. He must have went somewhere. Like I said, unless a stray bullet hit him and finally killed him. I don't know. Because there's no way he would have been able to repair all that damage in the short time I was gone. That would have been phenomenal. That would have been phenomenal. Yes, I see it. Unless you made him reconsider his life choice, it's gone off to become a miner. Yeah, maybe. He's like, why'd he target me first? You know? Why'd he target me first? What'd I ever do to him? Yeah, it always makes you wonder, like, hey, he's running, why shouldn't we run and go get fixed up, right? We'll just sit here, wait for him to come back. Yeah, I definitely want to look into a bigger cap battery, see if that'll help some. But we'll try Dark Sliders theory. I'm pretty sure I've got some shield extenders. I don't know if I have the tier 2s though. Just parking with their mining system for next week. Coveter, yep. Yes. Oh, there's 3 more. I remember there was one where they came in and I couldn't remember. Let's reload. Yeah, they're hitting us. Yep. See if we can close quicker. I guess I should start shooting. Yeah, I see it. I see it. I see it. saw you on Swarf Brigade, but you were too focused to say. Yeah, I was doing Star Wars: The Old Republic yesterday. I streamed it, and Blue Gray says, "Yeah, I kind of jumped in and said hello," and he was yeah, I was too focused trying to figure out the game to be able to say hello. So I was like, with Eve, I know it like the back of my hand, so I can, I can check out the chat and keep up with people and all kinds of stuff. But with a new game, I always have to figure out what I'm doing. So I'm doing combat sites and finally putting the Savage drones that Jackson gifted me to use. There you go. Yeah, those are good ones. They're expensive, but man, they're good. Come on, finish them off. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. When we close, it does much more damage. And the micro warp drive seems to be stable. I might even be able to orbit this guy at 10. Which will do even more damage. Ramming speed. It doesn't really look like it's doing more damage. We'll pick up our mobile tractor unit on the way through. It should have all the wrecks lined up now for me. We'll finish off this fourth room. Like I said, the fourth room was the one I had to run on when I did it the other day, so we'll see.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Don't have any damage, so just need to recharge my cap and my shield, and we're good to go.
Warp drive active.
Chad UK, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Good morning. Good to see you this morning. Good to see you this morning. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a hot day here in the Philippines, like always. I'm doing great. How about yourself? Ironically enough, the simulation shows that the hardeners that I put on here were better, but they're not working better. Simulation doesn't show everything, so glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Thanks for joining the stream. Appreciate it.
Warp drive active.
You guys are all lined up. Hopefully I get to them before they time out. No worries. I got all the loot out of them, so. Just looking for a place to chill while low-sec mining. There you go. Even better. I'm going to go ahead and pick this guy up. So yeah, it's got them all lined up there. Go ahead and pick up the mobile tractor because I think I already picked one up, so I should have one for the fourth room, but I'll go ahead and pick this one up just so we have it. Coast in there so I don't overshoot it. Give my cap some time to recharge. Oop, didn't want that. Got that one. And I overshot it, so. Turn around. Not much loot in these guys anyway. But yeah, it's got them all lined up here, so that's good. Let's approach this guy. You've been playing Eve for a while, so this guy here is only 4 months younger than Eve itself. So Eve went live on Memorial Day weekend 2003, which was May 25th, give or take. And he was born in September 23rd, 2003. So yeah, so about 23 years. I haven't played it the whole 23 years, but I took some time off, different times where CCP pissed me off. But yeah, the character's been around that long, and I've been working on him that long. So that's a nice thing with Eve. You can always come back to it when you realize it is the best game. So that makes a big difference. So yeah, it looks like those guys are all lined up too. But I'll leave those. Let's activate the gate. Raspin, good to see you. As OG as it gets. I don't know about that. We were talking about that earlier. So I do just about everything that Eve has to offer except PvP. I don't even die well. And so when it comes to defending myself, I'm horrible, just horrible. So, but I do exploration, I do data sites, I do combat mission, do a little bit of everything. And so from that perspective, that's made a difference. So, because it keeps, when I get bored with one thing, I can just do something else, and that makes it okay. Not too far away. Orbit at 20. Yo, I guess we should turn on our hardeners, huh? Moron. There we go. Actually, let's get these guys going here. Whoops, I got locked. Who's locking me? Come on. Let me lock the one that's locking me. There's two of them. All right, so they're fighting them. No big deal. It says it's an annihilator. Fortunately, I'm not doing any damage to it. Why am I not doing any damage to it? Yes, I see it. Yeah, they locked me again. So that went downhill real quick. Now, what do you think about the news about the new expansion? So I haven't heard a whole lot about it. Have you drone level 5 missions? Have you done level 5 missions? I have not. Level 4 is the most I've done. Come on, guys. Come on, come on, come on. I'm going to lose my drone. Damn it. Well, you don't need to have that on, for crying out loud. So no, I haven't done any level 5 missions. Sorry about that. I respect it. I don't want to get into PvP at all. There you go. Yep. That's me. What do you think about the news about the new expansion? I haven't heard a whole lot about it. I know it's coming. I had heard there's a way for corporations to kind of give people missions, which is pretty cool. So that'd be kind of nice. So we'll have to see how that works out. I created my character in 2021, but didn't play much at all. Just been back to it the last 2 weeks. Yep. Yeah, I left 3 or 4 times. And so, like I said, mostly because CCP pissed me off. But yeah, I always ended up coming back. So it was one of those where it always was the way to go. So. All right. So let's dock at this guy.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, so it's so annoying I didn't queue up for 4 years worth of skills back then. Yeah, and I have done that. So yeah, that's helped. All the times that I left, at least it kept doing it. So it doesn't do much as an alpha, but it still does a little bit. So starting to think you need to make a Trig Logi and follow you around. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, this one, I don't know why. It was actually working better with the other hardeners. So even though this one on paper shows that it's better. It doesn't seem to be better. So, and then Dark Slider's been saying that put extenders on instead of hardeners, which that's the next thing I'm going to try. I doubt it'll give me the third mission the same in a row. This is the same mission I did 2 days ago. It gave it to me again. So yeah, I doubt it'll give me the same one again, but it would be interesting if it did. So these guys are doing EM, so I could swap out this EM one. I'm gonna repair this because one of my drones got damaged, which I am not a fan of. So. But yeah, do you have the fit I sent you? So I actually did. I put on the multi, and it's actually working worse on paper. So yeah, so you're the one who sent it to me. So yeah, I have the multis on here, and on paper it is actually much better. When I did the simulate, it shows much better, but they're cutting right through it. So the lowest one I have is EM, and I think that's what they're doing is EM damage. So it seems like it's just going through. So I just need to pick them off quicker. I need to work on the damage and start putting some T2 guns on it because it's not doing enough damage. So if it does more damage, then I gotta tank less. So. Yeah, somebody said that the booster that you suggested is not a good one to do on missions. It's more for PvP. It's more for short term. If you use it long term, it'll end up causing problems. And so yeah, I didn't have that one, so I didn't put it on. But yeah, that's where I think Dark Slider said if I put the expanders on, then the expanders would actually make the thing work better. But yeah, I definitely, sorry, ads.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, she need more shield buffer. Yep. But it's weird. Like I said, I had kinetic and thermal on there when I did it 2 days ago, and it seemed like it actually handled it a little better. So it still wasn't EM, but yeah. So what do you prefer to do in Eve? What's your favorite thing to do? You know, I don't know that I have a favorite, to be perfectly honest. I don't enjoy mining. It's a necessary evil, but we have a mining event that I look forward to every week. So every Monday night, American time, we do a mining event where I mine with my viewers. And so that's another one. So, yeah. Yeah, see, I had a kinetic thermal on here and it was doing better. I have an EM in my cargo hold, but yeah, I don't know that I have a favorite. So yeah, but we do a mining event every Monday night, U.S. time, Tuesday morning my time. So probably Tuesday morning your time. And everybody's welcome. It's open to everybody. No cost. We provide all the boost. We provide all the benefits. You just take away the war. And so yeah, we usually have a pretty good time with it. So I enjoy that. I don't necessarily enjoy mining, but that's a lot of fun because we get a lot of people out for that. All right, I gotta pick off some of these guys quicker. Need to take out those annihilators because they're the ones that are jamming me. And actually, if I kill her, that stops the mission, so... That would also help. So... I'm going to bring my Gilla and fleet with you and make it go. Yeah, it's all right. I want to try PI. That looks interesting. PI can be fun. The setup is kind of a chore, and that's always frustrating. But once you get it set up, it's kind of nice. Good God. Come on, shoot. All right, this ain't working. We picked off a couple, but yeah, it's actually over now, so. Which might not be too bad. So I could always just go home and call it a day, but I prefer to finish it. So the problem is I remember I think there's a bunch more that spawn, so. Wait for these guys to get back. Uh-oh, we're taking damage. There we go. Yeah.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, so, and I've been dabbling in trading too and earned some misc from that. Yep, that's fun. Yeah, that's the thing. There were so many things. If you get bored with one thing, I like scanning the sites down and doing the data sites. And I don't do the relic sites too much, but for the event, I had to do a lot of relic sites. Enjoy scanning down wormholes, you know, kind of checking them out, see what's in them, though that's kind of dangerous. But yeah, you know, it's got so many different things to do. It kind of makes it easy to find something that you like. And if you get bored with something, you can always switch to something else. We've done a bunch of things this morning. We did some scanning. I hauled some stuff around. I also build my own ships, which has been very profitable. I build them primarily to save money. And then because I was building them, I started losing less as I got better. And then I was able to sell them, which actually made me a bunch of money. So that was kind of nice. But
Warp drive active.
yeah, there's so many things to do. So we can confine to do certain things. Yep. Hateless has a fit on Eve Workbench for blitzing L4s. There you go. The freedom of it is just great. Yeah, it's got the wide realm of possibilities. So that keeps it interesting. So thanks, Caviar. She turns like a horse. And we'll take out a few more before we call it quits. I could always go back, since I took her out, I could always go back and quit, but I kind of want the bounties. The bounties are really the crux of it. I think I made almost 40 million in bounties the other day, so way better than the loot or anything else. So yeah, loving it so far. I think I always go back to it. Also, yeah, so that was mine. Is they used to make a lot of knee-jerk reactions way back when, and that caused problems, especially for corporations and things of that nature. And so that kind of causes problems. So but yeah, they've gotten a little better about that and don't make those kind of changes as much anymore, so that's kind of nice. But they still kind of cater to the different groups, which I'm never part of the group they're catering to, so that's kind of frustrating. But it's always, like I said, it's always enough to keep me interested, so that's not a problem. So you need a fit that's permatank then. Yeah. Yeah, I was expecting this to actually work a lot better today, and I'm surprised it's not. So, but that's all right. We'll get through it. Entertaining, if nothing else. What's Jackson say? Jackson's always waiting for me to blow up my MaphyrHelbane. So yeah. So.
Drive active.
My Megathron Navy issues permatanked and got the fit from Eve Workbench. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about the Eve Workbench fits, so. I guess I should turn on the hardeners. I don't know why I keep forgetting to turn the hardeners on. TheVentedOne, thanks for the raid, buddy. Appreciate the raid. Get these annihilators. That's the one I need to get rid of. I think there's 2 of the annihilators. Get rid of them. That'll stop the jamming at least, which will help immensely. Unfortunately, since it's a trig system, I can't target more than 4, which is kind of a pain. Big hesitation. about to be leveled. Yep, I see it. Yep, I see it. Alright. Encino, do you have standings with Triggs? I do have standings with Triggs. ZionOrion, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Good to see you. And thanks for the raid as well. I do have standings with Triggs. So that helps some. Keeps me at least from being shot at, but... In-game refit, yeah. Okay, cool. Let me save that one. Yeah, I need to do something about the guns as well because they're not doing enough damage. So, yeah, so there's the one large shield extender, 2 multi. Oh, so you're losing the jump drive. Yeah, I don't want to lose the jump drive. Yeah, I don't want to lose the jump drive. That one saves me too many times. But yeah, what Darkslider suggested was get rid of the hardeners and just add in the extenders. But yeah, it's like I said, it's highly unlikely I'll get this mission again, so you have enough tank, you don't need it, yeah. Oh, I didn't say dock. I was like, why is it not docking? Because you didn't tell it to dock, you dingbat. Yeah, I needed to reload. That's alright, we got time for that. We should be able to take out the rest on the last run, so. But you have enough tank, you shouldn't need it. Then you lose resist. Yeah, that's where I'm worried about losing the resist, but that's, I think, what Caviar is saying is that you got enough. You got enough. You don't need to worry about the resist, so. Though I'm doing pretty heavy resist, so I would think I would take a lot more damage, but I don't know. It's like I said, it's worth it. Worth a try one way or the other.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, if your shields are running out, you don't have enough tank. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. 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 You don't need the MJD if you have a good tank. Yeah. That's true. But until I get it to where I feel comfortable with it, I don't want to give up the MJD because that's my reset button. So, yeah. No. Yeah, I need railguns. I did have railguns on this at one point, but the MaphyrHelbane doesn't give bonuses for railguns, so that got me in some other trouble. So, Jackson especially was furious that I put railguns on the MaphyrHelbane, so. Use the ship to use rats. Yeah, I have the Megathron. The problem is the Megathron doesn't tank as well. So yeah, I have to work back even more with the Megathron. So, and part of it I think is this mission. So since I got this mission twice in a row, I normally don't have problems with this one. Like I said, I think they're doing EM damage primarily, and that's my lowest. So, but it's all good. We'll get through it. I'm retired. I got nothing but time. So, nothing but time. Tracking speed is one issue. Yeah, so the tracking speed, that's what I got all these guys on here for, is for the tracking speed. Because yeah, it takes that's one that I've never been a projectile fan because they're so slow. And that was the only thing that made this more bearable. Like I said, I've done many level 4s with this one, and I don't normally have problems. So Tech 2 425s with T2 ammo, yep. Yep. Yeah, the Mega's nice because I can target from a distance. But I have to have enough tank to at least last to get to the distance. So that's where that comes in. So
Warp drive active.
I can't remember if this is room 2 or 3, so we'll turn them on. Yeah, no, this is 3. But yeah, we'll get this one. Having max armor skills helps, I guess. I have max armor, I have max every skill, just about. So honestly, drone modules are a waste. It's not a drone boat. Yep. Yeah, I don't have any drone modules on here, so. I'm pretty sure I don't have any drone modules on it. Yeah, I don't have any drone modules. Yeah, there's no drone modules on it. The Amis you have fitted don't help your guns. Ah, tracking speed of drones. Okay. Well, that's weird. Yeah, because those were suggested to speed up my guns, not to anything else. So that's funny.
Warp drive.
Yeah, I hate. That's the one thing I hate in Eve is the fitting, and so yeah, so those are the ones that kind of hack me off. So. All right, so let's get these guys. Let the distance quick. And we'll get rid of the Annihilator. He's jamming. He doesn't have enough to jam me though. Yeah, I didn't realize those were drone ones. I thought they were for gun tracking. Come on. The Annihilators fighting back. Yeah, you got 3 of them. Yep. Yeah, damn Annihilator. Come on. Alright, so there's at least a jammer. Yeah, I see it. All right. I think it generates a couple more, which I'm a little afraid of, so. But we may leave those. was gonna use the micro warp drive, but but figured why. I got him now. That Pythia Racer is doing some fighting it off. There we go. We broke his tank. All right. Orbit at 20. Hey, what's up, RavenGalactic? Good to see ya. Fixed in game. Thanks, Respin. I'll check that out. That person that told you that wasn't asked for that. Yeah. Oh, let me reload. All right. Hey, why are you guys not attacking? He's shooting at me. How come you're not going after him? I didn't put out this guy yet. Ah, so yeah. So you put the tracking enhancers on there. Okay. Yeah, let me save that one. Though honestly, the guns are hitting pretty good. Maybe I put some armor things on there. Though having both shield and armor, they always complain about that, but well, yep, so there's 4 more. That's what I thought. I remember it generating some more. Should have reloaded. It does get 50% bonus to armor plates, yeah, so that's true. You can put the armor plates on there, but once I get to the armor, I'm always kind of looking to take off anyway, so. But yeah, like I said, it's doing pretty good. I guess these gyro stabilizers are doing a real good job with the tracking, so I could replace these with armor plates just to give me more of a buffer. But yeah, that's why I hate fitting. There are like 5 million possibilities, and I will never, ever choose the right one. That's just the law of averages for me. Gyro is damage. Okay. The last one has over 100k EHP. Okay. And more shield buffer. So yeah, RavenGalactic, good to see you. 100 shield, gyro is damage. Okay. So that's not tracking? I thought that was tracking. Damage and projectile terminus. Okay. Well then I don't know how the tracking's working. Yeah, that's strange. Yeah, every fit I have, somebody else suggested. I never come up with anything myself. I honestly, I wouldn't even know where to start. Like you said, Eve Workbench. That's where I should start, right? It says I'm orbiting him, but it really doesn't look like I'm orbiting him. Yeah, I'm not getting any closer. The size of the ships you're shooting in an L4 is helping the tracking. Okay, so maybe that's why. Yeah, because when I first did this fit with these guns, the tracking was horrible. And it was just really, really slow. I could get the missions done, but it took hours. And so then they added, so maybe the gyro stabilizers increased the damage because we added the gyro stabilizers and the omnidirectional tracking enhancer, which I didn't realize was drone. And that seemed to speed it up some. It was drastically different, but. And then it was just a matter of me always fitting different shield resist, so. So the slow speed of you and the target is helping the transverse. There you go. Stepping down from 800 millimeter to the dual 650 will give more tracking for slightly less range. Okay. Yeah, at this point the range is already super low, so which is one of the other reasons I didn't like the projectiles because the range. But I got to get too close. So, but yeah, that works. Respin, I thought you were. Oh, that's things. Okay. Oops. Stop. I was going to say, I was pretty sure I had you in the VIP, so I thought that was that asterisk saying you couldn't put in a link. Of course it did. Right before I killed it, it ran out of charges. I need one more bullet. One more bullet? No more bullets? There you go. Oh, now it spawned more. See, that's just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. Piece of crap. Yeah, I should have just took off, but just pointing. Yeah, I got it. I got it. And uranium or sabot armor is better tracking too. No range penalty. Okay. Yeah, see, that's my thing. I am clueless when it comes to all that stuff. So. Yeah, I see it. Because it's spawned 5 more. Piece of crap. Come on. Take him out already. Alright. Enough is enough. Jackson's going to be pissed. But he wasn't here to see it get this close. Which is probably the closest it's gotten, so. What's up, streamdrb? Good to see ya. And Uranium Savage just pointing. I obsessively use the compare tool. Yeah. So this is a mackerel. And if you're in the in-game channel, I can put the link in there for you. If you're in the in-game channel, I can put the fit in there for you, though. The fit is what everybody's questioning right now, so that's the fit.
Request accepted.
Oh, actually, let me know when you get in there, and I'll put it in again, so. Loading a trailer at work, so. Excellent. All right. Nothing like getting free repairs at a player-run station, which seems like a loophole. So, but anyway, I'm going to go back and complete this one. Forget those last 5; they're not worth it to me.
Warp drive active.
And I'll come back here off stream and I'll salvage, pick up my MTUs and all that. So yeah, so we're actually way over. We're almost an hour over. So, but that was part of the back and forth. So let's see who we're gonna raid. Let's see who we're gonna raid. See who's out here today. Zero, Ghosty. Wow. That's like it. Morty's on. Let's raid Morty. Let's raid Morty. Yeah, let's raid Morty. Morty was in yesterday, so let's go ahead and raid Morty. Give him some love. So, yeah. So I appreciate you guys being here. Last stream of the week. So I got you in there, Complex. Chasino. Actually, let me send you, I'm going to add you as a contact. That way I remember who's who. So. Yeah, it's a faction battleship. It's usually it's usually an excellent tank. But I've been messing with the tank. A couple people have suggested different things, and I've been messing with the tank, and it's not working as well today as it was earlier. But these Blood Raiders are also doing different damage than what I normally tank for. So, though the multi-spectrums I have on there should have worked out well. So. But yeah, we're going to play with it a little bit. We've got a couple other fits in there that we're messing with. So we'll give those a try. But I'm going to go ahead. I thank you guys for watching. Appreciate it. We will be back. I'll be back Sunday night. Sunday night U.S. time, or Monday morning Filipino time, or, you know, everybody else in the world. So... But yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for watching. I'm going to go ahead and raid Morty. So, no, thank you. Appreciate you guys being here. So, and then, yeah, I'll complete the mission and go loot and go salvage all the wrecks offline. So you guys don't have to watch that. That's way more boring. That's way more boring. So, but yeah, Dark Slider, Jerry Can, streamdrb, appreciate it. Thanks again. Appreciate you guys being here. Chasino, appreciate it. Caviar, appreciate all you guys. Appreciate all the suggestions. Thanks for all the help. If you guys don't know it, EveTare, good to see you. Yeah, if you guys don't know it, I list all of your names. If you commented in the stream, your name gets listed in the stream. So yeah, so you might check that out. They're all posted out on YouTube, so you can search for your name on YouTube and you'll find it. And so yeah, especially if you commented in multiple. But yeah, I put all you guys' names in there as a thank you. Morty, next time I raid you, unless you want to stay on. No, I was going to raid you. So, yeah, I'm going to raid you. So, but no worries, Morty. You're always good. Appreciate it. So, yeah, so I will see you later. And you guys have a great one. And I will talk to you later. See you on Sunday. I'll be back on Sunday night, Monday morning. Oh.